And then to the stairs, YUVA EA FC 26 qualifier number 7. It is time for yet another qualifier. We have completed our journey halfway through it, and now we are moving to the final stages. Hello, myself Swaders. I'll be your host for today, and joining me on the disc is Mr. Lokmanu. So, Loki, half of the journey is done. 6 qualifiers, 6 winners. Majority have been won by Charanjot, and alongside him, there have been players who are still trying to compete to be in the top 5 battle so that they can qualify for the land finals that is awaiting for them in the national capital of our country. How do you feel about it?
No, it feels really good. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here once again to be able to, see all these players compete against each other for not just the ranking format, but when it comes to all these points racking up, it shows consistency also of the players who wish to compete on a regular basis. And as you rightly said, Charanjot has done a very good job in conquering most of these qualifiers. But now is the time to see who are the ones that qualify with him. And I think today, when we
Yes.
look at the fixtures, I think we'll be able to get an idea as to what are the contenders, because a couple of initial matches in the round of 16 itself has knocked out a couple of very good players, right? Starting with Jahan, then there's Saranj. Both of
Yeah.
these guys have been knocked out in the round of 16 match, which of course is something that they wouldn't want, of course, because that hampers their tally. But I think once we have a look at the point system, how it's shaped, I think that would explain it better. Spartus, over to you to explain this format, which I think we've been familiar with quite a lot now.
Yeah. I think by now everyone has memorized the format. Like you get 105 points if you win the qualifier, 100 for the first place and 5 for the participation, and then 80 points for the second place, 55 for the third, 45 for the fourth, and then it decreases to 25, 15, and 5 points if you are out of the top 16. And that is something which is kind of sad for our veteran players, especially Saransh and Jahan, who have been knocked out of the place. So they had the opportunity to just solidify their spot in the top 6. But with how the qualifier 7 is progressing right now, the competition is looking even more fierce.
It really is, and I think the point system, as it's defined very well, like you nonetheless get 5 points for participation. So I think the fact that these five points also add a lot of value. Like I mean, it's the seventh qualifier. Imagine if you have registered, you just get 35 points just like that. So I think that has been crucial as well for people to come close to each other in terms of the rankings, even if they've fallen short by a rank or two.
Yes.
So I mean, this is pretty simple to understand at this stage. But now comes the official rankings. Now, if we have a look at Spartus, we've seen Charanjot, who's played, I think, out of the 5 qualifiers that he's played,
Uh-huh.
he's won 4 of them. And he's literally 200 points above Saranj Jain, sitting on the second. That's a massive, massive lead that CJ has and will definitely secure his top spot. Unless, of course, he does not play any qualifier after this going forward. We have Saranj, who's been knocked out unfortunately in the round of 16 by Vanshaj, so he has that advantage over him anyway. Kabir has also made it. When we show the fixtures, you'll get an idea. Rohit, of course, today playing. Jahan missed out on crucial points after losing to Aditya. Difficult for him, but Aditya sitting on the 8th position now. He is in contention for winning this entire qualifier and taking his points tally straight up into the top 3 or maybe top 4, I think, as a matter of fact.
For him, it matters the most as well. Like he's on 135 points, and that makes me wonder like what has gone wrong for the Aditya's performance. Since he is one of those players where you want to see him at least in the top 3, but right now that has been captured by CJ, Saransh, and Vanshaj. And now, if Aditya wants to climb and make sure that he qualifies for the national finals, he need at least a grand finals entry today. Because anything less than 80 points and the performance and the points tally will hamper you. Although we do have some new names in the top 6 right now, Kabir Jaitley being one of them, Rohit being one of the guys where he has impressed a lot. So both these players who are new to the scene have made sure that they accumulate enough points that they are considered to be one of the prime contenders to enter the regional finals.
Absolutely. And I think with that being said, Kabir is, as you said, sitting nicely in that position. And we have the fixtures in front of us right now. So Mohammad Naina Shahid and Rohit will be playing off stream, and our match between Kabir Jaitley and Jake Santos will also be played off stream, at least for this round. Whereas what we have in front of us is Farzan Hassan versus Aditya Chadda. Now, Farzan playing well, has been playing a couple of qualifiers. It's his biggest game, I think, that he will be playing in this particular series of tournaments against one of not just India's best, but South Asia's best players, Aditya Chadda. The second game that we have is between Vanshat Sharma and Safwan. Now, that is a game that I would like us to highlight as well going forward when the time comes. But right now, Spartus, it's Aditya versus Farzan. It's basically a matchup for Farzan to prove himself that he can put up a fight exactly how we've seen with the likes of Kabir Jaitley and Rohit J. Abraham against the likes of Charanjot, for example.
Yes. These guys have competed really well. And not to forget, Kabir's younger brother as well. Both of them have been quite impressive in the tournament. Although the younger brother entered the qualifiers a little late, so he has very little time to make sure that he qualifies for top 6. Otherwise, he surely has immense talent when it comes down to performance. The way he played the game in the last qualifier, it was so impressive to witness. But now, with all the new faces, the bar has already been set up. Now you have to make sure that you at least get into the top 4 somewhere down the line to make sure that you have an impact on the upcoming qualifiers. And Farzan have to go with the fate, keeping in mind that he faces Floppy Penguin, aka Aditya Chadda, who is not only our nation's best, but also have been a top tier player in South Asian circuit.
He really has been, and I think he's qualified as the two South Asians, and both of them are Indians, which is a proud moment for us
Yes.
anyway. And the reason why we are doing the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 tournament is to basically give a platform to the youth and have the likes of Charanjot and Aditya Chadda, their influence coming on more players. For example, someone like a Rohit or maybe even a Kabir or Aman, because they are the ones that who are carving a path. Vanchaj, of course, has done so well in the domestic circuit, and he's definitely one of the players who's always challenging in South Asia as well. So we have really good players competing in this tournament, and all thanks to the Stairs NGO to be able to do that, and for them to be able to actually put this all together, for people to be a part of. Thanks to ZTM for trading, for their continued support, for being the community partners and pushing this event across all of India for more and more people to participate and experience a competitive structure like this. And of course, to Sportscast India for being the production partners, which is why we are able to see what we see in front of us today for all these tournaments. So, Spartus, now coming back to the game between Farzan and Aditya, do you really think Farzan can pull a rabbit out of the hat and cause an upset? Because we've seen quite a few in the previous qualifiers.
See, there is always a possibility of something like that happening. Because in the past, we have seen so many players who were so new to the scene, but all of them were such an underground talent. The moment they get the stage, it does not matter who they are facing. The performance have been so brilliantly done. Although they were not able to win those matches, but they came close to defeating the giants of the scene. So that is something that is possible, I would say, even from Farzan's side, because we don't know how will he play. And keeping in mind that this is something that you play from your comfort of your home. So all that do come into the picture, because when you are comfortable in your own setup, it definitely boils down to how composed you are all around.
That you are, and I think that's something the composure needs to be in place for Farzan to be able to take on a player like Aditya Chadda, because he has that in abundance, because he is that pro player that has played at the highest level multiple times. Now we have Aditya Chadda playing from left to right in the blue kit, whereas we have Farzan playing from right to left in the white kit. Aditya, the T2P means time to pound, and he is known for doing that, Spartans. We've seen that time and again. That being said, he's straight up on the attack. Here's a chance with Perez, goes for a finesse shot, and what a goal that is to start off with, right from the kickoff. And that is an incredible finesse shot near post, which, of course, as we know, is quite the meta in FC 26 now.
Yeah, but I'm more surprised to the fact that someone is using Perez trophy titans. I have not seen that icon being used for so long. And he has Soul Campbell as well, so it looks like Aditya really loves his new promo. So many icons from the Trophy Titan squad. Full Mendy on that
Yeah.
wing as well. One of those crazy evos that you can make. So Nesta, I love to see Aditya's entire squad. Nesta, Campbell, Cancelo, Mendy, all the top meta players are right there in the starting 11.
Yeah, he's playing literally everyone. Even Joe Bellingham, he's playing harder as well. Of course, one of the popular players this year. Job now on the attack. Second chance there for Aditya, but well cut down by Farzan. But you're right. The squad looks interesting. Is all the meta players. But that being said, another meta player, Shelin. Farzan has a chance to go for a finesse shot. Vicario, though, was in the right place at the right time.
Oh, play the corner. Almost on the verge of scoring it. Back to Abili. A bit outdated, I would say, from the side of Farzan. Not the cards that you used to see, but he do have Ibarbo. So that is a good side. And we surely know that Ibarbo League was one of the most toughest leagues to play this year. Everyone who has the card, we know how skilled of a player they are. Just want to see them break the first goal, but Aditya keeping his composure at the back lines, not overcommitting the players, just keeping the ball all around. And now, again, back to the defensive duties, but the composure on the back line is something that separates a casual versus a pro.
No, absolutely. And I think you can see that even in the build up, Aditya is being patient with the player locks. He's not wasting a lot of time in playing passes that are visible in front of him. As you can see, just turn and pass and shoot. What a brilliant goal once again from Aditya. If you see that passing, I could see it coming from miles away with that quick touch, turn, and pass movement to not give the opponent a lot of time to think. And that's exactly how Farzan has to be very careful with those quick passes, because if this is happening at the start of the game, I can only imagine what happens when Aditya sort of settles down in his game and keeps making these attacks, because he's put Farzan completely on the back foot, even with yet another attack.
Yeah. And the way he's controlling the ball, he looks very comfortable on the attack. Like there is no rush in the passes, keeping his mindset perfect. And the fact that he is right back is on a wing back, I suppose. Cancelo is moving high up the pitch, and Sol Campbell on the back line is just doing the perfect defensive duties, intercepting every pass possible. And this 4-5-1 is, I believe, too much to deal with for Farzan right now.
Yeah, I think the formation also has a crucial part to play. Aditya is really good at it with the 3 CMs that he has. However, Farzan, that's a good chance, chips it,
Ooh,
and
okay.
what a goal that is from Lionel Messi. That passing, though, Spartus, was incredible, because I really thought for a second he's offside, but he took the chance. And if you take your chances, you do tend to score.
Definitely breaking the deadlock. Surely it was needed. The 4-2-3 was not the most popular formation this year, but people do love to use it a lot. But I still believe that's not a 4-4-1 when the CMs are dropping so deep for the defensive work. But now David Beckham out of everybody has the long range finesse in his arsenal. Gets blocked, but nah. It gets near post finesse right after a rebound. And another Evo card. Someone we have not seen in anybody's squad. It is being used up by Floppy Penguin, and he surely have taken the lead, or rather increased it by one better.
Yeah, you can't be making mistakes like these in that position. Once you have been able to block the shot away against a player like Aditya, you have to get the ball out safely from that area, because once he wins it back, it's almost like Liverpool under Jurgen Klopp, that 7 second rule of pressing right after losing the ball. That's how Aditya loves to play. He puts a lot of pressure on the opponent to win the ball there itself, and that's where he catches the opponent off guard and gets that goal. But very pointless goal, a very silly goal if I have to put it across for Farzan to concede, because Aditya will never be missing those chances. And it's only given him more confidence as we almost approach the halftime mark, where Farzan really needs to put up a show and get these attacks to convert. He's looking for these through balls. He's constantly trying to play passes into the feet of Pina, with Shellen being triggered. If you see Aditya more central, more direct,
Another one.
gets another chance. What a goal that is. Just play it into feet, turn, and go for a finesse shot. Absolutely no effort, it seems. And he's making it look so easy.
Too many runners to deal with for Farzan and Aditya. The perfect use of 4-5-1. just touring everybody around, getting David Beckham in the perfect position for a finesse, just passing around the front line, dribbling a lot with the players. And Farzan, he is having a really hard time to deal with any of these attacking threats right now. And as for his side of attack, they are very rushed in the final third, not having enough space. Now Shellen has no opportunity to go ahead, being marked out from everywhere possible, loses up the possession. The first half is coming to a close with just final minute to be played, and Aditya, he is in a 4-1 advantage. The game looks way too easy for him.
Yeah, it does at this point of time, honestly. If you see like the way that he's pressing as well, he's forcing Farzan to actually go, you know, be more central, if I have to put it that way, to sort of get outside of that press that he's putting on Aditya. Sorry, how Aditya is putting on the press on Farzan. So he's not really getting the opportunity to be able to recycle the ball through the wings, play out from the fullback, and then make an attack. Aditya is just putting that squeeze on, forcing him to, even after defending, to give him the ball right there. And Farzan really needs to start probably triggering more options from the wings and create that space, because that 4-5-1, if you notice, Pardis, is so compact that there's literally no space for Farzan to get out from.
And then this is the reason that this formation has been the most utilized formation this year, because this is the type of chances you can create out of nowhere. Harder, the perfect striker for such a role, drops back, collects the ball, moves up front later, scores a easy finesse. Just 2 minutes in the second half, and it is already being taken by the 5-1, and it just keeps getting easier and easier for him. The scoreline keeps getting bigger. And with every second passing by, it is looking very difficult for Zan to even think for a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, looks very difficult because he's not even showing signs of trying to make an effort. It's literally Aditya just probably almost feels like a practice game for him. He's just basically, you know, come on the console, sitting, just, you know, making those passes, keeping it very simple. Look at that pass again. Just to be able to have that knack of playing that reverse ball and making it look so easy. It doesn't even feel like a tournament game for him. Farzan really needs to up his game and win possession where it matters, because every single time Aditya gets the ball in these areas, he's bound to score, and that is exactly why he is so deadly in that area. Lauren James once again gets that goal, which makes it the sixth one, and there's a difference of 5 goals on aggregate. Unless Farzan can make something out of this. Had to shoot there, probably taking a lot of time. One chance he got in like literally 13 game minutes, Vardis, and he just didn't even take a shot.
The sprint touch. This is something that you need to figure out. You cannot press the sprint, but your first touch is being taken. That's a very, I would say, avoidable mistake that he is making in that department, and missing it out right after another time. And at this point, this is just one of those games where Aditya can try different tricks, try different strategies if he wants to. Just try to go a little bit more aggressive on the defense. And yeah, this is exactly what he is doing. Just tiki-taka around, passing and making sure that he can just retain the possession for even longer. We saw the halftime statistics where it was more than 60% possession for Aditya.
Yeah.
And Farzan, he is just unable to press him, unable to win the ball at any cost.
Yeah, if you see the turning of Aditya as well, so good on the ball as well. I mean, if you see like he doesn't even leave the ball, it's almost like every player is like real life Messi because of his dribbling with the left stick. It's so good, so precise. He's not even doing anything much. He's basically sticking to his fundamentals, just trying to play for these through balls, doing a couple of player locks, turning and passing. And I think that's all that matters, to be honest, for Aditya against a player like Farzan, because he knows that defensively he has spotted quite a lot of mistakes. But hang on, there's a chance. That slight tackle I genuinely thought could have been a penalty. Not that would have made a lot of difference, but Farzan needs that in his game right now.
This is looking way easy for Aditya. Just winning the ball every time possible. And defending in the final third is something that everyone can learn from. And just look at the counter now. Play a lock to Harder, chip shot around, scores the 7th one. 70 minutes into the game, 7 goals have been scored. And there is nothing left for Farzan in this matchup. It is a double-legged affair though. and it does not look like that this much game for a comeback to be played. It is just one-way traffic.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. I think, as we've been seeing, Aditya probably is practicing for his planes. He said, like, at least when I spoke to him last, he's constantly playing on a regular basis, even friendlies, because obviously this is what they know the best. This is what they are capable of doing if they have the right amount of practice. And probably this one for Aditya at least is coming across that. And kudos to Farzan though to make it to this point where he's gonna get the experience playing on stream, and that's the entire point of this whole tournament. This there's YUVA EA FC 26 where players like him, and that's a great goal. Just when I said that, that's a fantastic goal from Farzan. And for a player like him to get this, probably this moment to play on stage, in front of the live stream and people watching, I think nobody better than to play against Aditya, because next time when he comes back, he's definitely going to be a much, much better player with more experience on his hands. But as of now, Spartus, we can clearly see Aditya is not even breaking a sweat. He's not bothered about conceding a couple of goals. Even still, he knows that he's here to outscore all of his opponents, not just the one.
Yeah, this is just one of those games where he has been in control from the very first minute. Nothing different has happened for him, and he's controlled the game really nicely. The fact that you can keep more than 60% of the possession, that speaks volumes. You're not giving your opponent any chance of making any counter attack whatsoever. Although, seeing how Farzan builds up, it's a very static one. You exactly know where he is triggering the runs, and from a player like Aditya's level, you can already see him pre-marking the players, early switches, just intercepting the pass before it even takes place. The experience
Yeah.
just doing wonders right now. 80 minutes already on the clock, 10 minutes to be played in this leg. There will be one more leg, and a deficit of 5 goals is still to be overturned.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of time, of course, but Farzan, as you were saying about him being a little bit static and playing a certain way, he did have a chance one on one where he could have finished it. Like he was probably trying to overthink, thinking that probably Aditya is going to move his keeper, and he went near post. That was a goal that would have been extremely crucial for him. Like a 4 goal difference is much better than a 5 goal difference going into the second leg, and every goal matters for Farzan. In fact, every opportunity he's creating or trying to create matters to him right now, because every single time Aditya gets the ball, he is in a very good position to be able to convert those chances compared to what Farzan's been. He has created chances, but he's just scored 2 goals, which of course is not the best case scenario for him, ending with the first leg.
Exactly. And he surely thought that he can do much more than just 2 goals. He has been able to get through the defense, but in the final third, just lacking a bit of skills, lacking a bit of the player logs, lacking a bit of finishing. But as we said, that finally Mayulu, he takes the finish, top right corner, scores the third, decreasing the deficit to 4 goals now. There is still one more leg to be played, but the first one comes to a close in the favor of Aditya Chadda, 73. A complete annihilation in the first leg.
Yeah, fantastic performance from Aditya. Of course, he is a player of immense, immense talent and experience at this stage as well. 7-3 looks really comfortable, and I highly doubt that, unless, of course, Farzan comes out with all guns blazing and gets the first 2 goals, which we have seen happening as well in a couple of qualifiers prior to this one, where a comeback could be possible. However, I feel it's been so easy for Aditya in the game when you watch it. I think the result is going to go in favor, unless, of course, as I said, there is a miraculous comeback from this young man right here. He's only 17 years of age, Spartus, this Farzan, and we have yet another young player participating in this tournament. That just goes to show that there are so many players in our country who are excited to play these tournaments, even if they are certain of the fact that there are pros who are better than them. They want to give them a challenge. They are learning and adapting to the meta as well. That is here in front of us. And I think we could see some sparks of the meta gameplay. Like, for example, the knockdown corners, the kickoff fullback running on the opposite flank, playing those passes. Farzan is doing all these things. And that just goes to show that he has a lot of talent. And maybe he uses that to give a fight to Aditya to start with. Forget about the future as well.
Well, that is indeed very true. Because again, this game is all about learning from the players who are already better than you, just making sure that you don't repeat the same mistake in the upcoming matches. This is something that everybody has gone through, be it you, me, or be it the best of the best players. You face someone better than you learn from your mistakes, and then try not to replicate them. This is what exactly Farzan needs to follow. He has seen how Aditya plays, he's seen how Aditya attacks, and if he's able to break it down, there is still a possibility that he can at least get the second leg a bit closer when it comes to the goal differential.
Yeah, it does, and I think that's what I mean. If Aditya is able to score the first goal, and it's not him about getting this result as well. I mean, if you look at the bracket as well right now in front of us, and I think Aditya is going to be playing up against the winner of Mohammad Naina Shahid and Rohit, which Rohit is quite the favorite of it. I feel Aditya has a great chance if he's able to beat Rohit, who did manage to beat the likes of Charanjot, which was an incredible result for Rohit. He is going to be in a good position to get those points as we discussed. So I think for him, it's really, really important to get these points more than winning the games by a huge margin. He just wants to get in the results, even if it's by 1-0, so that he can end up in the top six because he's not played much. And the qualifiers that he's played, he's probably faced a couple of good players and lost out on it eventually. If you see the record of Aditya Spartis, I think this is the qualifier where he's been able to beat Jahan, and if he can get a result over Farzan and then Rohit, then he's probably going to be in a very good position going into qualifier 8.
Well, indeed, very true. But just look at that. 4 minutes onto the clock, just running it down to the flanks. Oh, James have been such an incredible player, and this is one of those wingers who is not being utilized enough by the players. But I believe in the lengthy meta, there is no better right winger than James. She is so agile on the ball, yet so fast. More like the right wing version of Shellen. And with the play styles,
Yeah.
and especially when you can customize a football card of your choice, I think James was one of those cards which can even be evolved. Give her the specific play styles from your attack.
Yeah, she can be, and I think she's always been a very good player. Even the gold card when the game came out, I think I used to love using Lauren James. Look at that dribbling from Aditya, beautiful stuff indeed from Perez. Look at that dribbling, gets inside the space, near post. The ball also looks like the OG Premier League ball that we used to see back in the day during the Barclays time. And I think that just goes to show that Robert Perez and that Barclays Nike ball is bringing surely quite a lot of memories. I think there has been some technical issue because of which it's paused, or maybe it's the tactics. But here
Yes.
is the situation for Farzan, and we're back to the game where he now finds himself down by what 6 goals on aggregate now, and unless he gets a couple of goals back, and that's also going to bring him back to square one. But it's just really looking very difficult. Look how Aditya is controlling the narrative of this game. Like, I mean, at this point of time, I would really like to see another opponent playing against Aditya because the way that he controls the narrative is just incredible. Like, look at the amount of patience, the player locks, the vision to be able to send those passes through. Not everybody has the vision to do that. And even if he's defensively probably not right up to the mark sometimes, the way that he's able to outscore his opponents is just incredible. It just goes to show a player like him does not fear any opponent, and he loves to exploit the meta more than a lot of other players that I know.
I think this is how the game is also meant to be played at this point. You have to know what are the tactics that are working really well. You have to know what are the play styles that are working really well. And especially the excellent style, the lengthy one. It is going really nicely, although a missed finesse, a rare sight from Harder. Although there is also Peter check at the goal post, so one of the best keeper I have used the entire year. Can stop any of the 50-50s taken, but not this time around. A player look corner scores a third one, and this game is 10-3 on aggregate as of now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel for Farzan, only 17, as we said, has massive potential for sure. I mean, you can see the way that he attacks, has, you know, the knack for scoring goals. This could be his, and that's not a chance you would like to miss in a game like this if you have any chances of having a miraculous comeback. And he
Ooh.
misses from Cancelo as well. My goodness, that is honestly really unlucky and bad timing given the amount of goals that he's trailing by.
I guess so. Because again, even Cancelo has some decent amount of shooting, but unable to keep it on target is the issue. And I still really hope that if these chances are converted, the game can still get a little bit closer. And just like that, Bernardo Silva turning inside and Claudio Pina to score the finesse and finally breaking the deadlock in the second leg. Slowly and steadily, he's trying to get some goals in the back park. 10-4 on aggregate as of now. Still 6 goals advantage to be overcome. But knowing Aditya, he is just not giving up the ball, making sure that every pass is a perfect one.
Yeah. He's really not, sweating still. I mean, if you can see, very good goal from Farzan here to be able to get that first time shot in. As I said earlier, he is exploiting the meta that most of these pros know how to do it. It's just that he's underconfident about playing those passes at the right time. Like if you notice, for all the FC players watching this, like if you see the timing of Aditya, when he doesn't see a pass available, he quickly turns back, he doesn't force it, and then randomly out of the blue you'll see goals like this where he's able to find a pass that looks pretty random to the people who are watching, but when you're locked in that zone and you see that passing lane, you play it, it goes so well that the opponent can't really do much about it. That being said, a goal right from kickoff from Ibarbo. And this is a player you mentioned a lot earlier. I'm curious to know more about Ibarbo Spartus. Have you been using him in the game in your team as well?
No, I prefer Adeyemi on the right wing. I have the best EVO possible for that card. Maxed out pace and every passing play style possible on that wings. I'm more of a passing merchant when it comes to the final third. So I prefer that. But the Ibabu League was one of the most difficult ones to accumulate 20 wins. Like everyone was sweating in that department, and that week of the game, it was such a difficult one for most of the FC players. Everyone wanted that card so badly, but only a few were able to get it. And this is the reason they were able to get it, because now it looks like that Farzan is finally getting into the grooves. Back to back 2 goals for him. And if you look at the score on this leg, 4-3, it's not too far apart now.
It's really not. I mean, if you see the way that he scored these 2 goals, he looked, as you said, comfortable and looked confident as well. But look at the amount of potential he has. Like he's been able to play those through balls, and how much it would have changed his game for the better if he was to learn a couple of things from Aditya as well in that situation. Because yeah, that's the player lock inside, always standing on the edge of the box or right inside the box to be able to take a touch and go for a finesse shot. And that is something that Aditya knows really well. And probably Farzan has to learn from him, because Farzan, even though he's done really well in terms of creating these chances and scoring the 3 goals that he has in this leg, but he has to understand that it's not going to work every single time, because every time he's tried to do the same thing, out of 10, at least 7 to 8 times Aditya has been able to stop it. He needs some versatility in his game. He needs to try out something else. Otherwise, Aditya, the way that he's just attacking, is probably going to score and make this leg also in double digits.
Yeah, it looks like one of those games again. Although this has been a better attacking threat overall. But look at Aditya, another goal scoring opportunity. Lucio is able to block it though. But the rebound will get collected, and the instant team press coming into the picture. Beckham tries to go for a shot. Not enough angle to score it in the far post. Gives away the possession, but now it is for Farzan. Goes in for the player lock, trying to dribble around the area. Just keeping his composure, trying the final pass, but João Cancelo way too strong in that department. Just wins the ball back, and now it is Aditya, yet another counter. James, near post finesse, but check. Just one of the best goalkeepers.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can't beat Czech in that height. You probably could have just basically try to do something else over there. But look at that run. He is just constantly trying to dribble through almost everyone with Perez. And that's how much confidence he has on the new icon, which has come out in the game. It's incredible. Great pass, twisting and turning. Still manages to keep the ball with Campbell out of all the people. And he's honestly looking very vulnerable right now. Here's a chance for Farzan. He has to make this count. Ball roll, but just the goalkeeper last second. And this could have proven to be really crucial in this matchup at this particular point in time, because there's hardly 32 in-game minutes plus stoppage time left, and every single chance that Farzan has created could have been converted, could have changed the course of this game.
Very much possible. But again, if you look at the entirety of the leg, it is still a big goal difference to be overcome. 4 in the previous one, 2 right now, a total of 6 goals in the deficit. But now it was always about learnings for Farzan rather than a result in this matchup. Because even we know that it is very unlikely for him to outscore this player on the pitch. Floppy Penguin, yet another attempt, a perfect display of how to play a lock and make your passes even better. Joe Bellingham out of everybody, just scoring yet another goal, 6-3 in this leg, and just another dominating matchup for Aditya Chadha.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, he doesn't really care about who the opponent is. He just likes to attack. He loves to play FC. He's very nonchalant about it as well, as we've seen Aditya quite a lot of times in other tournaments as well. Here's another chance, goes for a shot, but won't matter much, to be honest. It's just that he's working on his finishing, probably, I guess, at this point, because we have not seen at all. Oh my goodness. I was just going to say that we have not seen a decent shape from Farzan in order to defend these attacks. Even while going forward, he is not been able to push through the pressure of Aditya, which is why you can see most of the game Spartus has gone around the box of Farzan. If you notice, like all that back passing, probably in the center for a bit. I mean, look at this now. Farzan trying to play the way Aditya does, quick passes, tries to force the option, but not gonna happen.
Farzan is just not triggering enough runs in the box. The defensive line is just not going back. And this is something that he needs to work upon in the future matches, because this is one of those basic things that you need to learn. You need to just make as many runs as possible ahead. The 11 triggers are so necessary this year, because if not, the defensive shape will never get obstructed. And now this time he is just running down the wind with Ibarbo. Player locks inside, has no space, and Ferland Mendy just steps up, wins the ball back, and another chance goes begging. He has the idea on where to pass the ball, but just the execution is what he is lacking right now.
Yeah, I think it's just about being as composed as you can be, like how you would be in a real life football game. And that's how you probably have to play FC as well. At least that's what I think. And that works for a lot of people. I mean, if you're heavily into the game and if you're realizing what you're doing, hang on a second, that's a chance and near post. That's a good finish, though. Quite late in terms of getting a goal back, because the aggregate score is 6 goals deficit, which is impossible for Farzan to make a comeback. But as I said, using your real football knowledge in the game also helps a lot. I mean, I've been seeing this and hearing this from people that it helps when you play with that logic, because there's, even though there's a lot of meta things there, Spartus, but if we see here's a chance, goes for a shot. But there are a lot of similarities despite the meta gameplay. I mean, it's the basic fundamentals of football which you got to apply in the game as well.
Well, recycling the ball is one of the biggest examples of it if you look at it. Because when you don't have any passing option ahead, like this case, you don't have to force a pass. You can just keep the ball, pass it back, go to your left back, go to your wing backs. Make sure that you send runners ahead, make some space on the pitch before sending the ball ahead to your striker again. This is something that people need to learn. This is something that all the new players need to learn, that recycling the ball is not a bad idea. You always don't have to create a chances the moment you get a ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what Farzan's been making a mistake. He's tried to force every single final pass. but now he's done quite a lot of better compared to how he was passing initially. He started to make those tiki-taka passes in the opponent's half and around the D box, which I did not see happen earlier. But I think it's still the core muscle memory of Farzan that still needs a lot of working in order to not force the pass at all. What a great game this was, to be very honest. I mean, 6-4 in this leg, and I think it was 7-3 in the first one. So, to be very honest with you, this never looked like a doubt for Aditya Spartas, to be very honest. I don't think so. He will be facing any challenges up until a point where he has someone like a Rohit to play with, and then eventually one of these
Yes.
guys, probably Safwan or Vanshaj, will come. So yeah, he is gunning for those points which are new to him, because if you see the next match that are coming here between Vanshaj and Safwan, both the players, I mean, Safwan is not literally there in the table. He missed a couple of qualifiers, but Vanshaj is hungry to be a part of not just the top six, but to stay in the top three, top four. And that is the kind of ambitions that Aditya also has. So, with that being said, I think pretty easy for Aditya to sort of get his hands warmed up for a massive game. But yeah, I think the next game is up. And Spartus, if you would like to highlight something about this young man who's played in the EISL as well before we go on a break, I think that's something that I would love to hear, because Vanchaj has done really well in the domestic circuit and
Yes.
he's played well in the previous qualifiers as well. But Safwan is no pushover as well. Safwan is quite the competitive player, and we've seen him in different city and local tournaments quite a lot. And yeah, he's the kind of a player that a pro would fear if he's a little nervous on his day.
That is for sure. This is something that will come down to the composure, and Vanshaj is one of the most composed guys when it comes to the FC circuit. He exactly knows when to play a pass. Keeping the ball is one of the things that he loves to do. When you can just keep the possession for little longer than a usual player, there are more opportunities in front of goal, and Vanshaj just like to do that. He makes sure that his passes are just perfect and necessary to make the perfect goal scoring opportunity. But how the match will go, if Vanshaj will be able to break it through, or Safwan will be the first one to create an upset, we'll find all that out right after a very short break. And we are back into the game. Qualifier 7 has already begun, and we have already seen how the game can be dominated by the Cheddar. And now it is time for the second matchup of the day, where Vanshaj is taking on Safwan.
Yeah, I think this promises to be one of the best games of Qualifier 7 because, as I said earlier, One Church, of course, a top player, has played at the highest level multiple times, even in the EISL. Safan, on the other hand, a very competitive player. He is no pushover. He's won a few local tournaments from the city that he belongs to. And he's
Mhm.
always been involved in the competitive circuit, and which is why here at the Stairs YUVA EA FC, we are so prepared for any result that comes our way because we've seen it
Yes.
before and we can expect. I mean, to be very honest with you, if Safwan manages to pull off a result against One Church, then that is reducing One Church's chances to be in the mix for the top four, top eight that he has. So I think that's really important for One Church to avoid and get this result through because that will definitely give him these crucial points going into the semi-finals at least, if not the finals or winning the tournament in order to secure those crucial points. Safan, on the other hand, hasn't played much and is definitely in the mix for maybe giving
Yes.
us a surprise run in this particular matchup or it's in this particular qualifier actually.
And this is why we are here right now, because you never know which new talent can create an upset. We've already seen the likes of Kabir Jetli, who has been really good, and he is already in the top four as well, alongside Rohit J. Abraham. He has been one of those good new upcoming talent as well, and he will face one of the best players in the next matches as we will move along the qualifier number 7. But if Safwan can do something on the similar lines, is what we are looking out for. The match will begin shortly. But the thing is, Safwan, we do have really high hopes from him.
Yeah, I think Safwan, the good part about his gameplay is that he is unpredictable. And I think that's what we have known him for. He's very good with the left stick. And he can, if he just manages to keep his shape and defend well, I'm pretty sure he can get a result against a player like One Church. I wouldn't say this for a lot of players, to be very honest with you, because One Church is pretty solid with what he does and what he knows on the game, and he is well versed with the opponent's gameplay as well. Safan, however, hasn't played much against One Church, so I'm really looking forward to see. I think just to make it a little more interesting and a third person's perspective, I think I would want Safwan to give us a result that we can talk about for the other qualifiers to come, even during the nationals. That he was the one who had managed to stop at least One Church from making it a clear run and having those points tally stacked up.
Well, we'll see if that will be the case or not, since it is quite difficult to do or pull something off some of that sort against especially a player like Vanshaj. He has been super consistent, and the fact that he can control the game, keep the position for the longest time possible without breaking a sweat, it makes the opponent's life a little bit more difficult than it should be. But with that being said, Akaza aka Vanshaj in the black kit attacking from left to right, and TCF who is Vanshaj in the white kits.
Yeah, I think straight up when you see Safwan playing from right to left in the red and white stripe, I want to see the team selection that he has. You see Kafu, Reinders, Joe Linton, and as I said, like to be able to be this confident on the ball is something that Safwan knows. I mean, you can clearly see the difference. Like Farzan, of course, upcoming player, not that much experience. With that being said, that's the first chance for One Shaj. He takes it. Couple of mistakes from Safwan at the start of the game defensively, especially from the left back position. That One Shaj has not wasted any time whatsoever in capitalizing that. But when I was talking about Farzan, for example, against Aditya in the last game, you could see the passes being forced and the gaps not being created enough. Safwan, however, knows how to do that. Like he will not be someone who's just going to come all guns blazing at you through the center. He likes to rotate possession and he likes to take his time and try and get past the solid defense of One Church. And I think we can expect to see a couple of quick attacks from Safwan here.
Well, let's see. He started off really well in this attack, almost there to break the deadlock. But now Beckham. just breaking free, almost feeding the final pass to Pina again. But just look at the passing. It looks really nice from Safwan as of now. Making sure that he does not rush his passes, taking his time, dribbling a lot with Shellen. Goes back to Bernardo. Player lock back to Reindale, just mistiming the pass. A good attack on the build-up. But now back to Akaza. Vanshaj with Pfeiffer trying to find the space in the final third with Kaka. Missing it out. And now Safwan has to build from the back yet again, and he does not look in a bad shape.
No, he does not. That's what I think. Look at these player locks coming in, the confidence. He just has to get a couple of goals in and at least strive to create that space here. Vanshaj is so good at these 1v1 defending situations where even if he leaves a lot of space for you to receive the ball into the feet of your striker, he still manages to somewhat hold that last defender and stop you from attacking. And when it comes to his attack, as you can see, close dribbling with the left stick, taking his time. Claudio Pina goes for a shot. Great block there. But interesting team selection from both the players. Paris, take us through. Uh, I think the squad of both the players, because the variety of players in FC26 at this point of time is just incredible at this point.
Yes. Especially with the football promo and the evos that have came through. It has definitely changed how the game is meant to be played. And now with the Trophy Titans, so many of these players have Kaka, Beckham. He was a new SBC and they have already done it. And Kaka, who was not utilized enough in the past years, have been one of the most selected players in those few matches. People are actually loving how the lengthy meta and the tall and strong strikers are coming into the picture. And with Pfeiffer on the wings, small, agile, quick on the ball. Not the most meta choice for the players, but they are keeping up with it, especially with how the dribbling feels on the ball with Pfeiffer. Quite a variety in every department, and this is something that I really love about this year. Because until last year, we had the stagnant of 15, 16 players that were being utilized by almost everyone. But this year, it is very different.
It is very different indeed, and the amount of play styles and the players that are turning out to be meta is crazy, especially with the FUT birthday promo. How you could actually go into the evolution section and add the play styles yourself in the way that you like to play. I think this is a fantastic addition the from the developers of Ultimate Team. I think that is something that makes tournaments like these more interesting as well. And like players like Beckham, which you wouldn't really see a couple of years ago in the competitive structure, is now being included. One Judge taking so much of time to build up, but look at the resilience of Safwan. He's not letting One Judge have it that easy, apart from the couple of chances he's had. And if you see, like One Judge has been pushing back Safwan quite a lot. Like every single time he likes to go forward, he has to pass back because look at the switching. He's constantly just putting that pressure with one CDM, not over switching, not giving a lot of space. The second he switches last second is where he's able to win the ball from that position. So I think Safwan has to be very careful when he's defending in these areas. He's been able to do that well with the back line as well, to be fair.
Just keeping his composure in the final third, and this is a really good sight to witness. Because the way he's switching between Kafu and Vendeven, making sure that he blocks all the passing lanes possible, team presses whenever required, and then the attack is on a good run as well now. Just trying to feed the final pass, unable to find the space against Vanshaj. And it's a big surprise that the first half has almost come to an end, and we have seen only one goal till now from Vanshaj. Has not been the case, but now Matteo almost beating Rudiger. A good block from the player, making sure that the score remains in favor of Akaza.
Yeah, I mean, the composure on both sides was incredible. I mean, it took so much of time, but here's a chance for One Shaj now. Great pass over there to Shellin. And the way he just quickly turns inside and goes for a finesse shot. He did that earlier as well in a chance that he missed. That could have been his second goal, and this could have been the third. But you understand the pattern. One Shaj, even though he's not getting a lot of space through the center, the way that he's utilizing the wings and creating those chances are incredible. He's putting pressure on Safwan in the midfield as well. And Safwan has literally no avenues to work around. Like every time he tries to force it on the wings, he's just so compact in the center that Safwan has to eventually go for either a finesse shot or just play it into the feet of the striker and look for that shot. Vanchaj has not given him that at all. If you watch the last shot that Safwan took from Mateo, and it was still blocked by the last man of Vanchaj, just goes to show how locked in he is and how good he is with his 1v1 defending, and something for people watching to make a note of.
Exactly. Because this switching, the timing of press with your centre back, just making sure that you bring your centre back ahead of the opponent striker, just cutting that final passing lane to the first time incisive. It is really good to witness. You exactly know how to play in these departments and when not to trust the centre back. Just press with your centre mids. And just like that, you can win the ball easily without any trouble at the back lines. Such perfect display of composure and resilience at the back. And with that being said, although the scoreline is narrow right now with just 2 goals advantage for Vanchaj, he has been in complete control.
Yeah, he really has been. And I think if you see, like, even an attack, that's a great through ball, goes for a shot, and that's the third goal. Every single time, one mistake from Safwan, and one charge has punished him. What a great pass that is. And oh my goodness. Now, that is something that I'm seeing probably for the first time after a very long time, Spartus. That pass directly into the feet of Shellin, the way she controlled a simple ball roll. Literally the quickest goal in FC 26 that I've seen on at least these qualifiers. That's incredible.
The best way to take a kickoff. Generally, at the highest level, it gets blocked, and scoring it against Vanchaj speak volumes that he has done it to perfection. Because when Vanchaj knew what was coming his way, he tried to defend it, but just not enough to win the ball against Shellen, which is a big surprise. But again, switch of play, trying to win the ball back, but again, losing it out. The aerial balls are being won by Shellen more than you expect at this point, and it is definitely working out. Oh, but
It
one
really
shot,
is. And with that being. Oh, what a chance.
unlucky. Pfeiffer almost breaking free, get the clean shot on target, goes for a regular shot instead of a finesse and hit the woodwork.
Yeah, had the chance to extend his lead. Look at that left stick dribbling. Look at that passing. Absolutely phenomenal there from Vanchaj to keep his composure, play from side to side, play it inwards to the feet of the striker without wasting any time. He manages to convert the chance that he previously missed. Defending wise as well, Vanchaj has been so solid. Like, one thing that I've seen in his gameplay this year, that he has worked a lot on his defending. An attack, of course, it's not easy to defend at all when you play against a player like Vanchaj. Yet another chance, but Oliver Khan saves Safwan from what could be a goal that would literally take the game away from Safwan's reach.
Although for the first half, it was like until 40 minutes, the scoreline was just 1-0. But slowly and steadily, it was Vanchaj taking the control and making it that bit better. 4-1 right now, with 70 minutes almost being played. And now with attack after attack, it looks like that Vanchaj wants to just score more goals and increase the overall advantage that he has created in the game.
Yeah, the way that he's
Wow.
dribbling, oh my god, beautiful. Claudio Pina, you don't want to say anything else more than that word. That name itself is enough to know that that goal was bound to happen when Pina got that space next to the defender. And as we say, that's all she wrote, and got that goal in for one shot, which basically solidifies his position into the semi-finals. I can already see it happening, despite there's one more leg. But one shot just has taken control of this game so well, and making a player like Safwan also look like a pushover at this point of time. It's only easy when you see it. It's very difficult when you're in the game trying to stop these chances as well. Great chance there for Safwan. Fiver had to go in. Spartus, that had to go in for Safwan to had any chances of coming back into this fixture.
But this is what makes Vanchaj such a brilliant player at this game. He knew that he was beaten on the back line, but then bringing out the goalkeeper early, narrowing down the space, and majority of the player base, they don't go for a chip shot at all. And this is where Safwan missed out in that department. The chip was definitely the best way to score from that particular angle, but just mind games from Vanshaj right now, and he's definitely winning all of them.
Yeah, he is, and I think that's something that I feel Vanshaj is really good at, like winning those duels and trying to sort of contain his opponents. Look at that, even with Safwan going inside and taking these shots, last second blocks, like literally the center back is sitting next to the goalkeeper. And if you see the formation as well, it's an interesting 4-4-1-1, the standard one, of course. But now this is something that a lot of players have been able to adapt to. The 4-5-1 and the 4-4-1-1. I heard those parts that the 4-2-3-1 wide is also sort of back after the patch. Have you tried playing that formation? Because I have seen a couple of pros using that formation and still actually playing really well.
Yeah, it does work really well, especially in the defensive department. Like, that's the formation you generally start the game with. Like, and if you ask me, I do start it with a 4-2-3-1. You don't want to risk enough in the starting first half of the game. Just see how your opponent plays through. And if you are good at keeping possession, just like right now, you will still find your goal scoring opportunities. Second goal for Safwan. But again, back to the formation point, the 4-2-3-1 is actually a pretty decent one with the two CDMs working out phenomenally well on the defensive side, and it does help you a lot on the defensive side of the game.
It really does, for sure. But when you talk about defending, though, here's a chance for Safwan.
Ooh.
And this could have gone in, had completely would have changed the course of the second leg. Great chance there by
Yeah.
Safwan. Very unlucky to miss that. But 3 goals is still not quite a lot. I think Safwan did need that goal from the corner. He still has one chance. Can he make something out of this? Referee, is he going to blow? Oh, he loses the ball. One judge now has the chance to extend his lead. Look at the composure. Pina twists and turns inside, but Safwan was ready for the challenge. And the first leg has concluded with 5-2 in the favor of One Church over Safwan in this quarterfinal fixture. And I think from what I've seen in this game, Safwan, if he gets more control of the game, then I think a comeback is not impossible for a player like him against One Church, who's, as I said, worked on a lot defensively. But still, if you see, there are loopholes in One Church's game at this point of time that Safwan is trying to exploit. So I think it's all about more composure, more control of the game, not letting One Church do what he does best, which is to be able to pass around the box and to be able to sort of like close him down as soon as he gets the ball and not sitting way too deep. I think it's going to be a fantastic fixture, Spartus, the second leg that we're going to witness.
The game's still quite open. If Safwan was able to score that third goal, it would have been even better. He got so close, but the finishing on that volley, if was just on target, things would have been so much better for the side of Safwan. He's still trailing by 3 goals, and there is a possibility that he can turn the tides of the game. He looked really nice, but will he be able to pull a comeback? We'll find that out after a very short break. Welcome back, everyone. Right after a very short break to the stairs, YUVA EA FC 26 qualifier number 7. The first leg, it was dominated by one shirt, but Safan did put up a good fight. He's still trailing by 3 goals, and now it is time to see if Safan will be able to pull a comeback.
Yeah, I think as we discussed before the break, I feel Safwan has potential. I think he's finally understood what Vanchaj is trying to do. And if he's able to sort of get those quick goals in, then this could be a very exciting second leg. Because if Vanchaj scores the first couple of goals, then the way that he takes control of the game is incredible. And I think Safwan is going to face a challenge with that. But as we said, like anything can happen. We've seen so much happening in the
Yes.
course of these tournaments, all these qualifiers we've witnessed. It's actually, in a way, good to see the gameplay of a lot of players and their potential that they have. With that being said, we have kicked off with the game between Safwan and Vanchaj. This time, Safwan playing from left to right in the black kit, whereas One Church is playing in the white kit from right to left. And with that being said, straight from kickoff, One Church gets the first goal and extends his lead by 3 goals on aggregate now, one from this and two from the first leg. What a goal and what a way to start and solidify your lead.
Like 5-2 is now turned to 6-2 on the aggregate score line. And it looks way too easy for Vanshaj when it comes down to the attacking side of things. And if you see the defense as well, he is able to just cut the passing lanes very easily, no issues whatsoever. But now Safwan is trying to build something, taking these passes, taking his time, but too much time taken, I would say. Getting the possession swapped now, and now Vanshaj building up a fast attack. Shellen should be through on goal, finds another back pass to Kaka, twisting and turning, finesse, top right, and just like that, the second one on the board for Akaza, and Vanshaj, he just keeps scoring.
Yeah, what a goal that is. Once again, that dribbling and that left stick turning inside the box is just incredible. And for a player like Kaka, who is known for being a perfectionist, has actually done justice to what the attack and the way it was created. Again, Kaka on the run. Vanchaj tries to play a pass inside. Beautiful ball. And now he's quite literally just running away with it. If you see Fiverr on for Messi instantly, is the decision that has been taken by Safwan. He's probably not happy with the wingers, or probably one of the wingers that he started with. That's a quick decision, though, Spartus. 12 minutes in, and you remove a winger while you're down by a massive scoreline on the aggregate score. Very interesting decision from Safwan over there.
I don't think it will do any big impact on the game since Pfeiffer and Messi are the same kinds of player with the same running speed, same kind of dribbling. Although Messi is still better when it is the dribbling and shooting department. But I'm not sure what the reason behind that change is. Because what he is lacking right now is the composure at the back line because he's trying to defend aggressive, and the aggressive defense he's getting punished just left, right, and center. Another one almost on the verge of being scored. 4 is on the way, I still believe. Vanshaj, he is just not giving the ball, just holding it perfectly. Now finally the possession swaps hand, and Safan will lose it eventually.
Yeah, I think what Safwan is probably done wrong in this game is just again taking the same approach of trying to attack through the center. He's trying to basically replicate what Vanchaj is doing, but obviously different play styles. Vanchaj knows how to play a bit more narrower, use the wings when he can. If you notice the difference between the two legs, Spartus, you could see that Vanchaj was exploiting Safwan's defense from the right wing. This time he's going very direct. He's probably thinking, why should I make the effort of going on the wings too much when defensively Safwan has not been able to contain him through the center? And that's not something that Safwan has understood. He's playing quite literally the same way, the way that he started, and that needs to change if he has at all any chances of making a comeback into this game.
Yeah, because right now it's just looking like it's a different game altogether. The first leg was complete control and Safwan was putting up a good fight, but the moment the second leg started, it took just 12 minutes for a 3 goal advantage. Sooner or later, things might get even worse right now. 5-2 was the aggregate scoreline of the first one. 3-0 already in the second. 6 goals advantage on the aggregate. And Vanshaj, he is in complete control, and this is something we all expected.
Yeah, we did. I mean, expected Safwan to put up a fight, and he still can. There's an entire leg left in front of him, although the difference is now 6 goals, which of course makes it very difficult. But I think if Safwan thinks like that, then he's already out of the game for sure. He needs to just try and get a couple of goals in this half at least for him to have any chances going into the second half of this second leg, the quarterfinal fixture of the Stairs UAE FC 26 qualifier number 7.
Let's see what he is trying to build up from here. Now Pfeiffer, the substitute on the pitch, cuts back inside, finds the finesse by Shellen. The shot gets blocked. Although the rebound can be taken, but the control not being good enough.
Yeah, that was quite the chance. Couldn't dribble past and couldn't actually hold on to the ball after trying a very interesting skill move in that area. I mean, can only expect the pros to do it and actually pull it off. Safan showing that he has the talent for it, just has to execute it well. But we are approaching the halftime mark almost, and if you see the way one church puts that press and straight up goes for the attack, goes to show that Safwan is clearly struggling at this point of time.
4-0. The scoreline just not looking in his favor at all. We really thought that the second leg will bring a better version of Safwan, but it brought out a better version of Vanshaj instead. And just look at that. Still dribbling with Beckham, who was not known for his dribbling. A tall and strong player who can just play the shield up plays better. He's dribbling around your box, says volumes of what Vanshaj is capable of. But finally, Pfeiffer finding some space, but a little late to the party, but still scores one from the right hand side. Safwan finally getting one back in this leg.
Yeah, right on the stroke of halftime. Not that it's going to do a lot good because one church with that goal from Shellin, of course, pretty much sealed that fixture. It's still the difference is 6 goals, and he can increase that. Oh my goodness, Kaka, what a goal that is! Left foot, literally on the halftime mark. He's extended his lead now to 7 goals on aggregate. That is incredible indeed because the way to end that first half is to basically say that, all right, I've gone ahead and I won the fixture. Now I'm just going to improve my game and reduce my mistakes for the semi final fixture that Vanshaj is going to be playing. I mean, I hate to count out Safwan like this, but it's a 7 goals in just one half with the way that he's playing. It just doesn't look doable at this point of time.
Uh, Sometimes it is a very hard pill to swallow, but this is how the game has been. You have to look at the overall picture, and the result is just not looking like it can go in your favor. And it's nothing to worry about as well, since you are playing against one of the best players our nation has to offer. Vanshaj, with the experience he has, this result was inevitable to say the least. And even right now, Vanshaj has not loosened up his grip on his game. He is still fighting really hard to keep the ball in possession, and Safwan, he's not getting any clear chances.
Yeah, it's really not. I think what Vanshaj has done is sort of just tapped Safan in a situation where he's just trying to attack, and you can see the offside traps coming in. He's literally making the same patterns again and losing the ball. I mean, that is a very cheap way of losing possession. It's like Safan has already given up on this game, and look at Vanshaj just stringing those passes together, looking so confident. And I don't think so. A lot of players have it in them to make it look so flawless defensively. And what a way for one church to actually capitalize on the way that he's playing at this point of time.
Safwan has lost all the composure now. A failed offside attempt there from Vanshaj. He has the ball, but just trying to sprint past the players, losing it out. And finally, Vanshaj takes another attempt. A ball roll from Shilin. Top right corner, 6-1 on the board, and Akaza, he's just running away with the scoreline now.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been absolutely phenomenal, hasn't he been? I don't think so. There's a lot that Safwan can do, although get one goal back into this game, not going to make a lot of difference. But he must be thinking, he must be gutted that I could have done so much better. But defensively, Safwan was really poor today. And one church being one church will not miss out on the chances he's getting. The way he puts the squeeze on as well after losing the ball, exactly what we were talking about Aditya as well. The way that both these guys play, it's so difficult to get out of that press if you don't have a lot of options in front of you. And this is why they are known to be the best players in India. That's for a reason.
Yeah, indeed. And I think this is a major formational difference as well, because I think for anything other than 4-5-1, if you are not good with the player locks, their passing options, the moment your opponent goes for a team press, gets very limited. Since the cam is just going right up ahead, the striker is very high up ahead as well, who's being marked. But in a 4-5-1, your striker is a false nine who has dropped back to a cam position. You have 3 centimeters to just pass the ball around. So even with the high press and team press coming into the picture, you have passing options to play through. And this is something which I have not seen from the casuals as of now. Everyone is going for a 4-4-1-1 or a diamond maybe, but it just not working out for them.
Yeah, it's not. I think the best way is to sort of like, understand the tactics, try out something else. But if your defending isn't up to the mark, when you're just conceding possession all the time, like in these areas as well, the way one shot just presses up, you have to play those passes quicker. You can't really be waiting for players to make those runs from the back and then you play these forward passes, because one shot is really good at stepping out with one of the players right after successfully marking the run, and you'll be able to see it when he defends in next opportunity, like right here. If you see, it's just a player lock and that gap is open, but the way that he just stands up over there with that defender is not something he's ever had a doubt in. It's like he almost knows every scenario that Safwan has in front of him, and he's ready to be able to defend that, even if that comes. Oh my goodness, why would you do that? That was a clear cut opportunity to shoot. But yeah, trying to be a perfectionist himself, Safwan. But what I was saying was, Vansha is always prepared, even with the last stitch defending. And I think that's something that really makes him stand out against some of the best attacks we've seen in this tournament as well.
Indeed true. But now again, if you look at the way Vansh is dribbling, it's just beautiful to see. The composure he has on the ball, the left stick dribble to the L1 and then to the R1. A zigzag dribbling, if you know how to do it, it is so impossible to defend. Just keep switching between L1 dribble, then R1 dribble to the left stick. You need quick fingers for that, and Vansh surely got a good pair of it.
Yeah, I think the way that, he's tried to be a little too cheeky as well. I think that comes with the fact that you have that much of lead that you can rely upon, even if you miss a couple of chances. And that just adds more composure to your game. It comes naturally to your muscle memory, which is not easy for a lot of players to develop a muscle memory like this. When you see an open space, you're most likely not going to overthink and go for a shot. But look at the confidence of one judge to be able to dribble past the goalkeeper as well. That's him, of course, having some fun as well, rubbing it in the face of the opponent, even when you don't disrespect them. It just goes to show that, yeah, it's too easy for me. And that's the reason why we watch these games on live streams, to be able to see the way the players show their flamboyancy as well when they're in the lead. We've seen Sparta so many times. CJ has done it, Kabir has done it, Aditya has done it time and again. Through in game, they show why are they so much better than their opponent in that one particular fixture.
So very true. Just like the showboat at the very end. But now, if you look at Safwan, he just trying to find some constellations goal to say the least, and he will be successful in doing so. But if you look at the aggregate scoreline, is just too much. Getting conceding double digits is not a side that everyone wants to see. 5 in the first, 8 already in the second one. A total of 13 goals being scored by Vanshaj, conceding only 5. A perfect display of attacking football from his end, and he is still not stopping. The controlled sprint from Claudio Pina, the Tech Plus will get settled down and the scoreline comes to an end. It is Vanshaj who makes his way quite comfortably to the semi-finals ahead.
Yeah, fantastic result for him. As you can see, I think the way that he ended as well, with again trying to beat the goalkeeper, just goes to show how much confidence this young man has. He has secured crucial points as well, going up in the table, because he has to maintain his position, knowing that Aditya, interestingly so, is coming from the other side of the bracket. So if Aditya manages a result against Rohit, which again, I cannot
Yes.
emphasize the importance of this fixture when it comes to the points and when we are approaching the last 3-4 qualifiers. That is, in fact, our next game, and that is going to be pretty big. So, we will, of course, be talking about one judge later. But the game that we have in front of us is between Aditya Chadda and Rohit J. Abraham, which promises to be a fantastic game, Spartus.
And keeping in mind that it is Aditya who needs the win more than Rohit in this matchup. Keeping the qualifier aside, if you look at the overall standing, Rohit was in the 3 or 4th spot, I believe, with 210, 220 points somewhere down the line. On the other side, Aditya has only 135. The cutoff for the top
Yeah.
6 is surely above 200. And seeing Aditya Chadda missing somewhere around more than 70 points, it is getting really difficult for him. And from here on, the cutoff will only increase for the top 6. And a player of Aditya Chadda will definitely want to solidify his spot in the top 6 so that he can qualify for the national finals. But will Aditya Chadda will able to do so, or Rohit J. Abraham will create an upset? We'll find all that out right after a very short break. Welcome back, everyone. Right after a very short break to the stairs, you are EA FC 26 qualifier number 7. And now we are moving to the main stage of the game. It is time for the semi-finale, and these semi-finales matters a lot for every individual out there.
It really does. I think we spoke about how important this fixture is for Aditya and Rohit both in order to
Uh-huh.
secure their qualification. For Aditya, he's way down the pile. I mean, if we see the updated rankings, he's sitting at 135 points compared to that of Rohit, who's almost, I think, in the 200 category. So, I mean, of course, for Aditya to get a result out of this match is more important than ever because the difference that he has in terms of points between
Yes.
55 if he finishes third or 45 if he finishes fourth, compare that to even the second position, which is straight up 80 points. The difference is massive for him to capitalize on. And I think that's something that will have that added pressure. Although we have seen Aditya always so nonchalant, does not worry about the results or the gameplay, he just wants to get the result in. And that's exactly what we see in front of us. This is going to be a massive, massive game in order to shape up how the rankings are going to be in this particular tournament. So here we go. Both the players ready. This is the FC Pro mode that they're playing on. Time to pound is Aditya Chadda compared going up against Rohit J. Abraham, who's playing from right to left in the white kit, whereas Aditya starting with the kickoff from left to right in the blue kit, and that Lauren James is just ready to roll. I think that's one of my favorite cards as well in the game, Spartus, right from the start of this particular game cycle. Even FC 25, Lauren James was incredible.
The physicality she has, the control she has on the ball, being so tough, she is completely agile when it comes to the dribbling department. And the 5-star skill moves are the perfect one as well. And with that, almost there through one goal will be caught offside. But we are already seeing what Aditya is capable of, just making runs from left, right, and center and sending everybody ahead. But now, I want to see how does Rohit attacks. Having the ball with Hansen Aaron. Back to Matteo and Shellen making a run but could not get past Sol Campbell.
Yeah, I think Rohit hasn't even played the last qualifier. I think he was probably taking part in some other tournament from what he told me. And it's not that he's not playing the game, it's just that he hasn't played the qualifier the last time. And ever since then, we've seen some incredible runs from players. Can he be able to match that up? Because offline gameplay is very different compared to online. And if you're not in the mix with other players, that could hamper your gameplay. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see how Rohit's preparations have been coming into this tournament, because every tournament matters. Like, even if you accumulate the prize pool to be able to talk about it to the viewers who are watching, there's like a 5,000 prize pool up for grabs in every qualifier, and there are 10 qualifiers out there, so 50,000 INR worth playing for. And it's a preparation that needs to be done, especially when you're taking uh, going up against a player like Aditya Chadda, who's going to be representing India in a couple of months at the FC Pro Plains. I mean, it's a massive opportunity for Rohit as well to sort of take this chance and take the lead in this game. Great through ball there. And Hansen Aaron, the most common Evo that you keep talking about as well, Spartus. It's interesting to see he's taken the lead against Aditya just when we were talking about Rohit might not be matching the level that he usually plays on. He's had a great start in this game.
Yeah, a perfect run indeed. Just passing the defense by Strom, winning the 50-50 with a shoulder. Not anticipating such a weak defense there, but the first goal has already been scored, and now Rohit is unleashing another attack. He has good control with Matteo trying to dribble around, almost turned Sol Campbell out. Had the opportunity for the second one. Will Campbell standing his ground, making sure that he will not get defeated for 2 times in a row now.
Yeah, I think very good defending there from Aditya, because the left stick dribbling was immaculate from Rohit. Good pass there, trying to convert these chances. It's very difficult for any player, as a matter of fact, to be able to beat Aditya's press initially. Rohit has done a very good job at that. that being said, like he's been right on top of closing down the spaces as well. If you see, Aditya hasn't had plenty of chances. Probably that one space that opened up for Lauren James, which turned out to be offside. Rohit hasn't really given a lot of time to Aditya on the ball. Look at that, the way that he's just pulling in his fullbacks as well. This goes to show the experience that he's gained by playing all these tournaments over the past few months.
And it just looks like that he is coming out as a better individual overall. The decision making in the final third, the switching in the final third, it is looking really strong. And just look at that prayer log, getting Shilin back in an onside position, keeping the position, trying to recycle it, just like we have seen from the best of the best. Rohit is surely making his way to the top slowly and steadily, making sure that a player like Aditya Chadda's caliber is still unable to score a single goal right now. Forget a goal, I don't remember a chance or a shot coming in. That's how well the defensive structure has been.
Yeah, I think the defensive structure has been in a way to sort of, push Aditya to attack from the wings. Usually, what we see for Aditya is that he is quite comfortable with the left stick dribbling he was doing to be able to run through the center. But Rohit has done a very good job to contain him that way. And there's literally no answer that Aditya has got. It's mostly Rohit. I mean, look at him. So many players going forward. And Aditya, as good as he is defensively, is still not managed to be stopping these runs from Rohit through the center. I mean, that's by default in the game. That does happen because FC26 defending is difficult, but he looks much more organized, if I have to put it in a nutshell. And the way that Aditya is trying to break down the defense of Rohit, it's just been wow, what a goal that is. Beautiful turn by Perez once again. The little space that he got. And this is what these good players and these pro players do when they have so much of experience. He had no space whatsoever. Just turned with Perez and went for a finesse shot. These are the chances that you're ought to take. Brilliant goal.
Well, this is, I would say, so clinical right now. Just keeping the ball under control, making sure that the score will be level terms. But look, Manu, I really didn't expect such a low score line in the first half. One overall right now and still trying to find a goal, but just look at the defense. Osterwald, one of the best football cards. Not the highest of the stats, but the physicality and the presence he has on the pitch is making him surely dominate the backline. Winning the ball back for Rohit. And now he's keeping the composure right now, keeping the possession a little longer. Goes back to Shellin. Trying to dribble around the area. Cut back inside and Hansen Aaron will not miss that out. Second one for FIFA 20 PTSG. Rohit J. Abraham gets his scoreline back in control.
Yeah, what a goal that is on the stroke of half time. He did such a good job in order to not force that pass between the cam and the striker. If you notice there, he went all the way to the wings, cut inside with Shellin, didn't even make the obvious pass to the striker, which was next to the defender, waited for Hansen Aaron to create that space, and all he had to do was just turn and shoot. Absolutely brilliant stuff for Rohit over there. And if he manages to play like this, we will have a very interesting fixture on our hands. It might be low scoring, as you said, Spartus, but I think that's because both the players have been so solid defensively. They haven't given each other a lot to work with in terms of their attack. And even with Lauren James and this ball roll scoop turn that Aditya is trying to do, Rohit is not giving him the space to execute that skill because he knows what follows afterwards. And this is what Aditya was doing really well against a player like Farzan as well. And I think Rohit, the approach of being aggressive, the approach of playing direct, has been working out well for him.
Exactly. But just look at that. The passing from the side of Aditya has been pretty much what we have seen from him, and finally he's able to break it through, but whiff out on that strike. Perez, out of everybody else, had so much time on the ball. Attempts to go for the first time shot top right corner instead of a touch and a finesse, which we have seen from Aditya from time in and time out, but not this time around. A big blunder in the front line, especially when you're chasing the game.
Yeah, it's a big blunder indeed. I mean, that's a chance you should not be missing. I think a normal shot was not it. Probably a finesse shot would have been the right way to go about it. He hasn't been able to do that. And that just goes to show how, every single chance matters in the game. Look at the skill moves from Rohit. Look at the confidence oozing out of him. Just trying to get those second balls as well. Reinders now. Quick bit of passing. Plays it to Neto. Good solid defending there by Aditya to not commit to either of the side. It's such a competitive game, this. And that's a chance now. Perez onside. Aditya has to make something out of it. He does. Goes for a left-footed finesse near post, right over the midriff of the goalkeeper instead of curling it in from the outside. Probably it's the PTSD that he faced from the last chance that he missed from Perez. He didn't want to risk it. But yeah, solid goal to make it 2-2.
Quite a battle between both the players right now. Very close in terms of scoring opportunities. Very close in terms of the build-up style right now. But finally, breaking it free. James making a run inside the box. A cut back on the making. Goes back to Rada. Play lock to Beckham. He has finesse plus in his arsenal. Turning inside. A low driven. And for the first time in the game, it is time to pound, who takes the lead.
Yeah, fantastic turn there. And this time, Aditya made sure that he does not miss. And he converts that chance ever so well. Goes to show why this game is so competitive, because that's a pass that Aditya did not expect to come. So you can see the grunt on his face. He is definitely upset about that pass going through, and Rohit is never missing that chance. And it's 3-3 now. I mean, what Aditya did with Beckham was just incredible. And what he's done right now with Harder is even more special, because the way that he has taken this lead again right after kickoff just goes to show that Rohit is the one who has to work now in this game in order to match the level and the flow of how the game is going. The match speed, so to say, is of Aditya's, because he is controlling the narrative now. He wants to have that lead and he wants to have that pressure on Rohit using all his experience, tactics, everything put together. It's incredible to see how Aditya has managed to turn this tide, because in the first half, at least, of this first leg in the semi-finals, I could see Aditya was struggling and I could see how Rohit was getting more and more comfortable. But Aditya has done a very good job taking that control back.
But also we need to keep in mind that right now we are witnessing the POV from the side of Aditya, and if you look at that 75 plus ping, above 70, it is very difficult to play the online qualifiers, because we have to keep that in mind, that players have to adapt to the different circumstances and different opponents, not just by the play style but how the game feels in itself. And right now Aditya is doing a pretty good job at it.
Yeah, he is, and I think the way that he's basically, have, as I said earlier, the control that he has in the game and the formation that he's looking to play right now is the 4-5-1, gives him more, dominance in the midfield, if not anything else. And Rohit can capitalize from this opportunity and make it 4-all and start afresh in the second leg. Probably anything could happen. The set piece routine. Neto runs over the ball. Stan Mateo gonna go for a shot, and what a free kick that is! Oh my god, I did not expect that to dip in so smoothly. Beckham is on the other side in Aditya's team, but that's quite a Beckham thing that Mateo has done, and it's 4-4. Well, we were talking about being a low-scoring game, Spartus. I think you've successfully managed to get that point across to both these players, and they are going up against each other to get as many goals as possible in the first leg.
The type of FC we love to witness, a higher scoring competition between both the players. The start was a pretty slow one, but they have surely caught up to the pace now. And now Aditya with Salma on the wings, a low driven straight to the goalkeeper's feet. But Olivier Khan unable to stop that. The 99 shooting on Salma just too strong to be controlled, and Olivier Khan out of everybody, who's considered one of the best goalkeepers this year, unable to stop that, and Aditya is in the lead yet again.
Yeah, he is indeed. And I think that's exactly what we love about Aditya, right? He does not like to stay level pegging. He does not take a lot of time. A lot of players get a little bit complacent after the score has been equalized. But the way, look at him, harder again, creating that space and extending his lead by 2 goals. This man knows how to time the situations in a game and how to basically put the opponent in a confused state of mind, because he's been able to get the second goal at a time where it's going to completely change the narrative of the second leg. Aditya Chadda, what a player indeed, to be able to get those 2 goals after Rohit had equalized literally 5 minutes back. That being said, here's a chance, and Rohit, hang on a second, this game is far from over because Rohit said, all right, hang on, I have something in my arsenal left in this game where he could actually even potentially equalize. Oof, what a game this has been, Spartus. 6-5 and so attacking, especially in the second half of the first leg.
Well, the way the game started, it looked like both the players are trying to control the possession, taking their time, but I think it took them one half to figure out that, yeah, it's not going to work out like that. Someone will eventually find a goal, and then it is going to be real difficult. And then they started firing all cylinders, and a 6-5 scoreline in just first leg. They have been 11 goals scored in one leg right now between both the players, and the competition is very much still open.
Yeah, it really is. And I think, to be very honest with you, the 1 goal difference is basically nothing, because when you have a 2 goal
Exactly.
advantage going into the second leg, I think that changes the game altogether. But when it's just 1 goal, you know that you can just get it at the start of the game. Even if you concede a goal, you still know there's only 2 goals you can come back from. So I mean, kudos to Rohit for actually coming back into the game and, not giving up after the second goal, because a lot of people give up and they start planning for the second leg. But he got that crucial goal, and I think the pressure's on Aditya, even though he does not play with any pressure in the game. But psychologically, when you have that momentum with you, in that case for Rohit, I think that's just going to help him get the first goal, at least in my opinion.
Well, it surely will boil down to the composure overall in the matchup now. Since the way this game has been played, it was complete back and forth. Even when Aditya took back to back 2 goals in the final third and in the last few minutes of the game, he could not keep it for long since Rohit, he didn't give up. He was like, yeah, you score 2, I'll get 1 back before the final whistle blows. And moving into the second leg of the semi final, Rohit is just 1 goal behind. And now this matter will determine of how well Aditya Chadda can keep his lead. He needs to keep on scoring more and more goals right now, since this game matters more for Aditya, since we have seen that he just have 135 points, and overall he is quite far from the top 6 position.
Yeah, I mean, Aditya really needs this win, as we've spoken about it, because if I see the tally right now in front of me, that Mr. Rohit J. Abraham is sitting on 210 points, whereas Aditya is sitting at 135. So you can clearly see that there's anyway a massive difference of about 70 points or so. And that is exactly what Aditya needs from this particular fixture, which he's going to be getting 80 points to confirm his spot in the finals. And he's anyway be at least as close to Rohit as he can be, because Rohit will also be gaining points from the third or the fourth place position. But needless to say, this match promises to be a cracker, because this is the second leg of the first semi-finals of the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 qualifier number 7. And Rohit, straight off the bat in the right kit, playing from right to left, had the
Oh,
chance to just turn and shoot. My goodness, that was close.
Aditya was very lucky to not see the ball going in the back of the net. I think he didn't even switch. It was just the defender's AI making a deception, and right from the counter, from an AI block to scoring one of his own. Seventh one on the board on the aggregate. 2 goals advantage for Aditya yet again.
Incredible. Aditya playing it by the book, starting the best way possible that he can to make the most out of this particular fixture, especially the second leg, taking away all the pressure that we were talking about before the start of this game. And he was able to get that second goal, that cushion that he needs. Unless, of course, Rohit has plans of changing it almost from the kickoff. Neto plays it to Hansen Aaron, tries to get through, but look at Aditya, so composed. It finally feels like Aditya has found his MO, the way that he is and the way that he plays, because Lauren James, one more chance, goes for a finesse this time. And that's a chance that he might regret missing later on if Rohit manages to come back. That was a pretty simple chance in my opinion. I mean, he could have gone low driven with Lauren James exactly how the way he's gone. Maybe a finesse driven would have been better, but these are the moments that actually change the course of any game.
Yeah, it could have been a 3-goal advantage now. Although a player log is coming into the picture, but Osterwald just winning it back to James though. Job trying to dribble past 4 players in front of him and almost able to do so as well. But now on the counter, giving the possession by Shellen, not giving up on the ball. Pins it back for Hansen Aaron, trying to dribble past the players, and Aditya just trying to delay the passing lanes, if not cut them, and making sure that his defensive shape comes back to normal.
Yeah. And I think with the way the game has been going, I feel Rohit really needs to create a couple of chances. I think he's just been very slow ever since Aditya has got the second goal. Like initially, he had the spark in him to get that equalizer in, but yeah, this is what I was mentioning about Aditya. So known by the gamer handle of Floppy Penguin 23 that you see on your screens. He has so much of experience that he can slow down the game at his own pace, despite being one of the most lethal attacking players in the EAFC circuit in India. He is that player that nobody wants to go up against if your day at defending is bad. And that's what he's so good at. But the way he's controlling the narrative now is what's interesting. Like, we haven't seen anything from Rohit, have we?
I think the second game has been pretty much off for him already. Although it's just been 20 minutes till now. But he has been on the back foot for the majority of the time. But there is still enough minutes remaining in the game. It is still just 20 minutes on the clock. A lot of FC26 has yet to be played. And Rohit, he knows that he surely can make a comeback from here on, since 2 goals advantage in this year's edition is nothing big that you cannot overturn.
Yeah, that's true. The 2 goal advantage still pretty much means nothing if you're able to sort of make chances and show a potential to come back into this game, because the way things stand, Rohit hasn't shown much potential. I mean, if you see Aditya comfortably winning the ball in the midfield, just trying to basically extend his lead, even if he's not able to get past Rohit's defense, he's stopping Rohit exactly in these spaces. Like, we haven't seen Rohit even create a single chance properly outside Aditya's box. You wonder what happened to him. And probably, according to me, I think it's just Aditya's control and slowing down the game according to his own pace is a crucial factor for that to happen.
Yeah. And right now, it is again Aditya on the attack. Just playlock cancelling inside, finding Job, a finesse and off the woodwork. A perfect turn, multiple playlock cancels, finding Joe Bellingham finally and taking a finesse. Could have scored that, but just unfortunate right there. But now back to Job, still keeping the ball, and he's making sure he's trying to dribble around, but finally Aditya will win the ball back. Rather, Rohit will win the ball back and trying to feed Shellen. But Joao Cancelo wins back the position.
Yeah, I mean, the way Aditya attacked just goes to show the confidence. I mean, that chance was that the Croqueta cancelled shot that hits the woodwork. You always want them to go in, and that's the flamboyancy that I always talk about that these pros have, and the way that they're able to convert half chances into 100% goals. And that half chance, in my opinion, did deserve to be a goal for sure. Too much time taken on the ball,
Wow.
and there's a reason for it, because that is what Harder can do. Drag back. I've seen that in a very long time, Spartus. Track back in FC 26 to create that space. Beautiful goal indeed. Rohit, though, should have done a lot better defensively. I think he just kept backing off with the centre back. That you cannot be doing that against a player like Aditya for sure.
I think that's the place where you just turn on team press and go in with the centre back. Just try to intercept the ball. Because you know if you're giving so much time to Pina, to Harder, they will just twist and turn, open the space and get on the score sheet. A bit of passiveness on the backlines and it has conceded 2 goals already. 5-8 on the aggregate, 3 goals deficit to be overturned, and 1/2 is only what remains from here on.
Yeah, and I think it's just the fact that there's a 3 goal difference that is in front of us. Unless Rohit, oh my goodness, that was a great attempt there to do that skill move to try and nutmeg the defender. Whereas I said, yeah, he needs 1 goal at least in this half if he wants to have any chances of coming back into this game. Whereas Aditya has different plans, trying to make those half track back passes as well. This is a great chance for Rohit. Both players running on the flanks. Can Rohit be composed enough to play these passes into feet and convert? One chance in this half. Great pass over there. Turns, but incredible defending from Aditya to get the defender from God knows so far away. This is almost towards the left side of the D box and came flying in to make that block because that pass had opened up Aditya's defense so nicely. It was bound to be a goal if the defender wasn't there.
Just knocking on the door right now. It's a matter of time that the game will get settled out with just 1 more goal to score right now. And Rohit, right on the kickoff of the second half, already queued up all. Maybe some changes he want to make. Maybe trying some tactical changes. Maybe bringing in some fresh legs. Because whatever the case is, he needs to do it really quick. Already trailing by 3 goals, and all he has left is just 1/2 to be played.
Yeah. And I think that's exactly what Aditya has to keep in mind, that a one maybe like a 1 goal or maybe 2, of course 2 definitely seals it, but even 1 goal that he can just be aggressive and get that, which he could. Perez goes for a finesse, but great stop there by Khan. But I think, yeah, this goal is going to be deciding what's the outcome of this fixture. Aditya gets another goal, it's pretty much over. Rohit gets 1 goal, it becomes more interesting because then the 2 goal superstition that all of us FC players have faced so many times in the weekend league or other modes that we play on, 2 goals is never safe, Spartus. In fact, you're more vulnerable when
Yep,
you're up by a 2 goal lead.
exactly. And this is one of the reasons where you just try to just outscore your opponent. Does not matter, but you never look at the scoreline. It's only in the last 10 to 15 minutes of the game that you try to run down the clock. But other than that, you have to keep your natural play style going on. And seeing what Aditya is doing right now, I think he just needs more low driven because the type of chances being saved by Olivier Kahn, he's able to stop all those finesse and regular power shots. But the low driven seems a weakness for this goalkeeper. And I think if Aditya finds that out, all the upcoming chances can be converted to a low driven and give him more opportunities to close on the game.
That's so true. I think Aditya has to keep that in mind because every time he's taken low driven shots, he's been successful in order to score those goals, especially the one with Lauren James, the one with Salma. We've seen quite a few goals already in this particular fixture. In general, Aditya loves to play like that. But Rohit, this is the time where you need to make decisions and probably make some tactical changes. Neto, great skill move, goes for a
Wow.
finesse, and what a goal that is, man. Beautiful stuff indeed. Rohit J. Abraham. That is quite the way to make a comeback in this fixture, or probably an almost comeback, because that goal was almost like he scored the winner, Spartus.
An advance relate to a finesse. I just want to see more of that. And now he's almost through on the goal. Bellingham finding space near post. He goes for the far one, but he is caught offside. A second too late to play that final pass. But Rohit, He is slowly knocking on the door, and whatever he did in the pause, it is definitely looking like it worked out.
It really did. Yeah, I think that's something that I really admire about Rohit, that he tries to get these chances in no matter if they're offside, or he makes that pass. He is not afraid of playing forward passes. Even if there is no space, he will still try. Look at that. That's the beauty of Rohit when he's being aggressive. Now, of course, a lot of mistakes that come with it are there. You're losing possession, you're giving more confidence to the opponent, you're forcing too much. But I think when you're in a situation like this, any space that you get, like how he got at the start and he missed a chance where the defender blocked it last second, I think those are the chances that Rohit needs to keep creating and hope that the 6 goals that he scored, it adds 2 more to it and he can take this tally, like take this game at least to extra time, if not anything else. That's a chance for Aditya. Well. That's the commentator's curse part, is that we keep talking about, because Aditya has extended his lead now by 3 goals, and that was quite composed, just simply running down from the wings and tapping in it with your striker.
Well, this is something that you don't want to see if you are Rohit J. Abraham. Almost on the verge of a comeback, knocking on the door, just 2 goals to be turned, 20 minutes remaining in the game. And then you concede one of the goals which can be stopped easily, but now he has to reset and go at it again. But again, the way Aditya is defending, the Bruiser Plus is coming so handy for him. Always just winning the ball back so easily. And now Aditya set onto another attack, finds cut back to Job, will get blocked though. But the way how the game is progressing, it is looking very difficult to score 3 goals, even to push us to overtime.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's not that easy to make a comeback at this stage now with 3 goals left and Aditya still attacking. I mean, this goal will pretty much seal everything. Look at the composure there from Perez. Tries to play that cutback pass inside, gets the ball again. Rohit has to send bodies forward. He needs to make some tactical changes. I haven't seen a pause that is being cued. No substitutes, nothing. I think he's just too locked in order to get at least that 1 goal that he needs desperately to even feel that these changes will be worthy enough. Because Aditya, look at that. Beckham, great save there by Khan. But the way Aditya is attacking at this point of time, it just looks very difficult to defend, because you are losing composure as well if you're in Rohit's shoes. And you want to step in, you want to be tempted to block in shots like these or scenarios like these. But you can't always do that around the edge of the box, because the striker might just run through. So you can see the desperation, and rightly so, for Rohit to snatch and win this ball.
I think, yeah, it's over now. Finally, another McGiddy cancel, turning with David Beckham, shoving the ball back home. 10-6 on aggregate, and with this, the game is surely settled. Was a close affair for majority of the time, but Aditya Chadda just keeping his composure, just keeping his experience into the play, and making sure that does not matter how the game started, he will end it in his own style. 10 goals in aggregate, such a huge number. Although Rohit is still trying to get some back, but 10-7 and just 5 minutes remaining, an impossible task indeed.
Yeah, you could see that. I mean, Rohit started off really well, but just fell off in terms of the experience, or you might want to call the consistency with Aditya, the way that he's been practicing and motivated enough to play and represent India at the highest stage in a couple of months' time. I think all these factors, if you compare it with Rohit, and sort of make it obvious that Aditya is that player who will play day and night until he fixes the problem in his game. But have we seen Rohit do that? We are seeing glimpses of him playing at a decent level, but as you can see, even Rohit is done chasing the ball around, and Aditya is just going to see off time. But the composure and the experience he's shown, the way that he's been able to adapt to Rohit's gameplay as well, it's incredible, really, because he's not someone who likes to read too much into the detail of the opponent. I think Aditya just likes to adapt in situations where if something isn't going well for him, he'll quickly change the game the way that he wants to do. He's not going to read too much into what the opponent is doing that is causing him problems. That's the kind of player he is. He just likes to go and outscore. and just forget about the fact that whoever this opponent is, I have to try out something different in order to get the result in. And that's exactly why you see the 10 goals that he scored. I mean, it's incredible how it was 1-all at the start of the first leg, and it ended up being 10-7, which is basically 17 goals on aggregate, which is incredible indeed, to be very honest with you.
Yes. Crazy number being pulled off right now from both the players. Crazy performance. And it was really down to the wire until at least I believe 45 minutes or something. But after that second half, and it was just Aditya making sure that he qualifies to the grand final and securing at least 80 points, which is so necessary for his qualification of the top six. But now that was the end of the first semi-final. The second semi-final is going to be yet another thriller where Vanshaj is going to take on Kabir Jetli.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the game, and I think this another fixture when we come and talk about it, Smart, is where we were saying the importance of Aditya winning against Rohit is incredible indeed, because I think that's what he must be really happy about, to cross that threshold and guarantee those 80 points minimum. When we talk about this side, though, Vanshaj has suddenly come up in the ranks, and if you see the rankings as well right now, it's in front of me. Vanshaj is at 240 points right now, and Kabir is literally behind him at 230 points. Now, this promises to be an incredible game because Saransh initially has lost out points by losing to Vanshaj, and Saransh was sitting at 245. So, we're talking about a potential movement of 3 to 4 ranks after this particular qualifier ends, and I'm all here for it. But with that being said, I think we're going to take a quick break, and once we're back, we'll have Vanshad Sharma taking on Kabir Jetli in what promises to be a cracker of a game, given how Kabir Jetli has shown his consistency. We'll be right back, guys. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. Right after a very short break to the stairs, you are EA FC 26 qualifier number 7, and now it is time for the second semi finale where Vanshaj is taking Kabir Jetli.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup. So, anyone who's tuning in right now, you're in for a treat because we were calculating the points as to how much impact this game is going to have on the rankings leading up to the national finals that will be happening on the 31st of May. And I think that's exactly what these players are starting to realize now. The pressure probably got to Rohit, and the way that he was playing at the start was incredible in the first semifinals that we saw. But Aditya, of course, using his experience and the lack of uh, qualifiers he's played, he still is going to be in the mix for that top six, which is incredible to see. For Vanshaj and Kabir, both of them are separated by 5 points, and that's about it. So whoever wins this match is going to extend their lead massively. Forget about the next three qualifiers that we are going to be seeing from eighth, ninth, and 10th qualifier numbers. That is going to be a separate story altogether. But to have that lead right now is just going to be so crucial. So I absolutely cannot wait. But I think for me, I think this could be a game where one judge might have the edge, considering that experience is there in the way that he's playing. Kabir, however, so unorthodox. You never know with Kabir, honestly.
Yes. Well, with Kabir, I think he has played Saransh in the past, and the game was pretty close for the very long time. And at the end, it was Saransh who came out on top. But Kabir definitely knows how to put up a show and put up a great fight. And one mistake at the back lines, and he is gonna punish you. The same things can be said for Vanshaj as well. Both the players are very equally thrilled, but Vanshaj, he has the better experience overall. He is a better player overall, and the fact that he has played at the highest level for a very long time, he definitely has an upper hand in this fixture. But again, it all boils down how well Kabir is going to play this leg, since it is all in his hand of what type of performance he is capable of delivering now.
Oh, absolutely, and I think a player like Kabir could literally change the ties, and he doesn't have the competitive or the pro player tag in front of him. That also makes it much easier when you're competing in tournaments like these. You tend to put a lot less pressure on yourself. For example, we've seen a player like Johan. Who's done fairly well in the recent competitive structure in qualifying for tournaments, etc. But to be able to get that rank, that position, to solidify your chances of making it to the top six has not been easy. And we are seeing a few players not even playing in this tournament, right? And I think that still goes to show that the ones that are here are so competitive. Someone like a Rohit, someone like a Kabir, they were not names that were going to be in the top six if you were to just basically see the list of players in front of you who will be qualifying for the top six, right? So that's what we're here for. And I
Yes.
think if Rohit, not Rohit, sorry, if for example Kabir is able to beat one judge, then that's exactly what proves the point of the youth getting a platform to sort of compete against these pros in a tournament structure like this.
Well, indeed, it will be definitely a very neck to neck battle to say the very least between both the players, and it's just a matter of time before the game actually begins. And the fact that both the players are quite well experienced when it comes down to these qualifiers, since both of them have played a lot of the Stayers Yuva qualifiers, and they exactly know how to work their way through the online phases of the game. Because during online, there are different difficulties that you have to overcome. It's just not your players, but also how you tackle them down and playing against different play styles. It all boils down to who is more, I would say, in performance today. And seeing Kabir, there is definitely high hopes from him, and he is there in the leaderboard. But also, he is facing Vanshaj, one of those players who can pull off a rabbit off his hat.
Yeah, really. I mean, we'll have to wait and see because that's how we're heading into this game. A lot at stake, and both the players are ready. One judge with the Akasa goes by the name of Sharma 789, goes up against Kabir Jetli, known as Nay for Life, with the team initials of KM9. Kabir playing from right to left in this purple kit, whereas one judge is playing from left to right in that infamous white kit he loves to use. Interesting matchup,
Yep.
honestly. Contradiction of the play styles as well, which is what makes it so much more exciting for us as casters.
Yeah, now Again, just look at the dribbling from Akaza. Vanshaj, he is so well versed in this year's perfect, I would say, L1 dribbling, but what a through ball that is, and heaps a low driven on target. And just like that, Kabir Shetli, he is into the lead. Vanshaj, he looked really strong when going forward, but Kabir, with the tricks he has, with the first time long pass he plays, the first time through balls he plays, this is something which no one does except him, and he has done it to brilliance yet again.
He really has, and that's, I think, the X factor that we keep talking about, and that's what Kabir has it in his game, to take a pro player by surprise by doing things like they usually don't know, even though they're aware of it. Look at that again, out of the blue. I mean, it's so difficult to switch and read all these attacking patterns that Kabir comes up with. We've seen this time and again. Here's a chance for Akaza, goes for a shot, and that's the equalizer, keeping it very simple into the feet and not playing those sort of passes that Kabir does. But what works in a simple way should never be changed. And that's exactly why one judge, going by the fundamentals, creates a space, turns low drivens it to the near post, and we're back to square one. There's a chance now. Good bit of attacking display there from one church, putting in the pressure as well. Wilson now plays it to Claudio Pina, twisting and turning, trying to find the space. Kabir trying to keep his shape. One judge ever so ready with making passes around that back line of Kabir's. Fiver now. Plays it to Anson Aaron. Pina to Wilson. Good bit of passing there from one judge to try and penetrate Kabir's defense to the center, but that's not happening. Kabir, what a through ball that is. Fiver on goal, is going to go for a Trivela shot. Beautiful finish there. And that pass over there was just absolutely phenomenal. Incredible stuff indeed from Kabir to be able to find that space and make the most out of that through ball. Great finish. One judge, despite attacking so well, is constantly facing these through balls from Kabir, who's been as direct as it gets.
I just love the attacking play style that Kabir has. He is so much on the long through balls and long passes. And despite the fact this is one of those play styles which is very underutilized this year. Although in the start the people were loving the long ball. But right now nobody else uses it other than Kabir. But just look at that. An advanced roulette in the making. Almost scoring another finish just like that. Into a player lock corner now, and Flint winning it back for Wilson. Just a rebound, and Barcola too fast and too strong for Pfeiffer to retain the ball, and Kabir, he is just going all in this matchup. Wow.
Yeah.
He is too strong.
What a goal that is. I mean, one judge shouldn't have lost the ball over there. It's literally getting a taste of his own medicine, because Kabir is also good at pressurizing the opponent right outside his box to create that space and then just go for that finesse, which is the meta this year. And Kabir, when it comes to finesse shots, through balls, skill moves, this man is unstoppable. Look at that through ball once again. Great defending, but the way that he's timing these through balls and making it so difficult for one shot just goes to show that the confidence he plays with is unreal. It's almost like it's so effortless that it doesn't even come across. It's like so natural to Kabir the way that he plays.
Indeed. And the fact that Kabir has played the similar fashion against so many different players, but nobody, even on the highest order, is able to just hold him down. It's just a matter of fact of how many goals they can score against him, because defending Kabir is pretty much a nightmare. All you can do is just outscore him if you get the ball back, because right now he's super direct, super control of the ball, and even in the defending department he's just not being passive at all.
He's not being passive at all. You're absolutely right, and I think that's what makes him, more aggressive. Because look at him, he's going to try these through balls. He's going to keep trying unless, like, out of 10, if he gets like 5 on point, he's happy with that. He's not changing anything. He's basically playing in a very free flowing state of playing those through balls and being as direct as he can be. Whereas one Church, of course, is taking his time, like not playing those through balls, keeping it simple, trying to be more direct, and that's only working for him once in a blue moon against a player like Kabir. It's not working out the same way it was working out for him in the previous fixture.
Well, again, if you just look at the passing also from Akaza right now, I think the way Kabir is playing, he's putting Akaza in a very difficult spot overall. Because in the last 10 to 15 minutes, the amount of missed passes Vanshaj has played, it is not a usual sight. He is just rushing it down, trying really well, or rather really quick, to get through the line and make sure that he just scores. He is getting impatient, which is a very rare sight to see Vanshaj like this. And right now, it just does not look like the game.
Yeah, I think that's probably what he needs to change in his game right now. And it's exactly how we saw Aditya switch it up. That's a bad mistake from Kabir, and one Shaj is definitely going to punish that. That's not the goal you want to concede when you worked so hard to get these 3 goals. It doesn't look that difficult for a player like Kabir to score the goals that he scored, but certainly I'm pretty sure that Vanshaj, with his player switching, will not be allowing Kabir a lot of times to play those through balls. And yeah, Kabir has to be smart enough defensively, because he's also aware of the fact that FC 26 defending isn't as easy. Even if you lock in 100%, the opponent will sort of find a way to score against you, and that's what One Church is known for. Again, a great through ball there. Shellin won't be able to get there. Good defending there by Kabir using the fullback.
He exactly know where to press it down, but still, with 52 minutes played, Kabir, he is in the advantage. He just needs to make sure that he does not blow it up right now. Vanshaj is on the back foot and Vanshaj is making some rash decisions. Right now, Pfeiffer on the flank, just running it down, trying to get some space. A cutback in the making. Claudia Pina turning, twisting, trying to find the space, but Flint just men marking her wins the ball back.
Yeah. Good pass over there, but such a close game now, and we're approaching the 60th minute mark, right? I mean, Kabir not able to play these through balls. C-Spot is exactly what I said. I mean, these through balls are not coming the same way they were coming in the first half, sorry. And that's a chance. Oh my God. He literally did what we saw Aditya doing against Rohit when he was not getting any space whatsoever. He just took a touch from his Perez and he had gone in for a finesse. And that's exactly what Kabir has done. And right when we were talking about those through balls not going in, he found that little pocket of space, turns and gets a really nice finesse shots in with Heaps, who is starting to become quite a favorite player in a lot of teams I've also come across in the weekend league. But that increases Kabir's lead by 2 goals and definitely adds a little bit of pressure on Vanshaj as we head towards the 65th minute mark.
Just in control right now, and with 2 goals advantage, things are not looking good for Akaza. Kabir, he is not just dominating the goal differential, but also the possession right now. Just look at that passing player, lock backs inside. Heaps has the ball, goes back to Strand. He is direct in the earlier phases, and now he's recycling the ball and the back lines and just dancing around with the McGeady cancels. Back to Flint, taking time. McGeady spin yet again, and finally tried to play it through to Heaps. Gets intercepted, but now Akaza trying to unleash attack of his own, and Vanshaj needs a player log, and Beckham keeps the ball, and Kaka has opportunity for a finesse, goes for a low driven, hits the post, but Hansen Aaron perfectly positioned for the rebound.
Yeah, I mean, that was an important goal for Vanshaj. Doesn't matter how they come, it matters that they come, and that's what he's gotten. A little bit lucky with the rebound, to be honest. That shouldn't have been missed, but fair play to one judge for creating chances still and not being bogged down with a 2 goal lead that Kabir was having. Once again, one judge being extra careful with his centre backs. Now you can see he's not even going backwards. He's stepping up because he knows Kabir can just go for it with the first time shot. That's the chance, and that's exactly what he is so deadly with. That passing around the edge of the box restores his 2 goal lead at the 75th minute mark. What a goal that is from Heaps. It doesn't give much time. I mean, he didn't even settle with the ball with the winger, and that through ball has to be one of the best I've ever seen, and
Oh,
that
another
is
one!
a goal I have never seen before. That through ball is just, oh my goodness, that's like a hammer blow, and it's a double whammy indeed. He gets 2 goals within 5 in-game minutes. Spartus, this man, I'm telling you, has the potential of, in fact, winning the Stairs UAE FC 26. He's becoming that good qualifier after qualifier.
He knows something which all of us don't. And that is a fact right now because these through balls, these passing lanes is not natural. I have seen a lot of professional EFC 26 this year, but this play style is yet to be found. Kabir has surely find it something really direct, and a lot of our players are having a really hard time holding him down. Everyone just try to get a little bit defensive, get a little bit back, try to just press with the centre mids. But Kabir, he finds those inch of spaces, goes direct and scores. And when it comes to defending, too straightforward, just pressing it out with Oster and then blocking yet another shot. 85 minutes on the clock, 6-3 in favour of Kabir Jetli, and he is looking for the 7th one.
Yeah, I think the way that you said rightly, I mean, nobody has ever, you know, constantly played like this. That's a chance for one church that's going to be offside. But the way that Kabir has discovered and is trying to master this is just unbelievable. Even for a player like CJ, who's dominated this qualifier, look at the experience he's showing. He's keeping the ball, he's trying to waste time until the last attack, only to get one more and put it out of reach for one church. And that's the beauty of this experience that Kabir is gaining by playing these qualifiers. It's incredible to see how talented this player is. Waited for the perfect moment and now has the chance to increase his lead. Quick bit of passing. Strand has a chance to cut back inside. Took actually more time than I thought that he will, given the fact that it was just +1. But 6-3 in the first leg. And the goals we've seen is just absolutely phenomenal, Spartus. I think that last goal, I think it hit the peak of exploiting the meta the way you should be doing. No matter if people don't like it because it's being used against them. But look at these through balls, man. Like once you start playing like this, the game becomes so much more easier for you. It's incredible.
And I'm still not sure, like, these L1 triangles does not work the same for so many people. It's not like people have not attempted them. It's just the fact that they don't land so perfectly for the striker or the center attacking mid running forward. But for some reason, Kabir has timed them to perfection, time in and time out, and always has been the case where he has advantage in these 50-50s. That has been something really, really interesting. But we still have one more leg to be played. Will Kabir keep up the pace that he is having, or will Vanshaj make a comeback? We'll find that out after a very short break. And the action continues as Stayers YUVA EA FC 26 qualifier number 7. We have already seen the first leg and it was by a surprise being dominated by Kabir Jetli. We thought of a close match, but a domination Kabir had showcased was completely out of the charts.
It really was. I think the way that he played towards the end of it was incredible. The goals that he scored, I mean, I am still replaying those goals in my head, and I cannot wait to see more of that in the second leg. And with the way that he's playing, I think I want to see him do this against a player like Aditya as well, who's known for pressing the opponent high up the pitch. Mind you, Aditya also plays the 4-5-1. So let's just see if Kabir is able to cross this threshold and how he fares up against the 4-5-1 compared to a 4-4-1-1 of one church that he is playing right now. Because obviously, naturally, 4-4-1-1 is a bit more defensively a formation that is weaker, and there's more your defense gets more exposed compared to a 4-5-1 when you have three CMs and it's pretty compact in the
Yes.
center. So it'll be interesting to see how Kabir fares up, and if one church on the other hand is able to adapt and stop these runs, whereas continue to do the way that he was attacking against the likes of Safwan in the previous game and in the entire course of tournament qualifiers that he's been able to do, keeping it very simple and trying to get the goals that will basically help him beat Kabir, which again just seems like a very difficult task for Vanchaj right now.
Yeah, and at this point, this looks like Kabir is just putting up a show that nobody expected. And the way he is using those through balls, that long balls, and I'm pretty sure that so many of his players would not have even the long ball play style in the first place. But the accuracy of these passes have been so perfect that even the player like Heaps is winning those headers against those centre backs. The timing and the passes, the runs, everything has been down to perfection. And Vanshaj, he is still trailing by 3 goals.
He is, and I think that's exactly what makes me question this entire cycle of FC26 as well. That anything can happen, right? If there's like a goal difference of even say 3 goals or 4 goals in between legs. In previous editions, right, Spartus, we've seen that on aggregate score, mostly the game dies when you have a solid lead. You can just keep it through, but here players are constantly trying to play to outscore because they know they cannot just sit back and defend the lead the entire game. No matter how good you are defensively, no matter what formation you use, you have to still keep going. And that's what makes FC26 even more exciting, because that's the chance for one charge. And here we go. The first goal that he needed to reduce the deficit. And once again, hence proved that you cannot sit back too much. Otherwise, you will concede.
Indeed, very true. This is one of those games where you just have to keep on scoring. Does not matter what your score is and what the time is on the clock. Killing the game, running down the clock never works out, since you are bound to concede goals no matter what. And even with a new update, you cannot even waste time passing it to your goalkeeper. He will just kick the ball out of position. So you have to be very aggressive no matter what time is on the clock. But just look at that pass again. A little cheeky chip and R1X for a foul, and Vanshaj, look at him smile. He's like, I'm not sure what is going on, but whatever the case is, it is just not right.
Yeah, I mean, that should have been a red card, to be very honest with you. He knew that. He knew that the referee is lenient in FC26 when it comes to these tackles. Any other day, and even in real life football, that is 200% a red card. And one judge got away with it, hence the cheeky smile. And he knows that that tactical foul has actually saved him from, conceding yet another goal and putting himself on the back foot.
Yeah, exactly. But just look at that pass. How is this going through? This, I'm not sure if this is an L1X, to be honest. It can be a regular cross because the ball was very low. I think I need to go in a custom lobby and try to figure this out.
I think it's probably obviously the L1 triangle, but I think probably more than that, it could be the L1 R1 triangle, which is the manual through ball that he's aiming it right. He's probably tried to practice it multiple times, and the way these through balls are going is incredible, because any other player, if not one judge, who's starting off against Kabir will suffer a lot just to try and defend these through balls in the first place. because even for a player like Vanshaj, it's getting difficult for him to predict what sort of angle. It's literally flying in from anywhere and everywhere, which looks pretty absurd sometimes. But if that does the job for you, then why not make the
Why
most
not?
of it?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
This is something that he has found for himself, and it is working really well, and especially against the top players. So there is some potential in this type of playstyle and passes. And even in the back lines, he is so well structured, not overcommitting with the players, just keeping his shape, not committing with the defenders now. But finally, Claudio Pina finds some space, and the tech plus on Pina. Too good, too strong. Scores the second one, and now the deficit is slowly turning out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great goal. One shot showing his composure, doing exactly what he needs to do in order to make a comeback in this game. He's going by the book, to be honest. Even that gamble that he took with his centre back, he did it to slow down Kabir, even though he's made a couple of chances. But look at that one charge once again into that space and gets the third goal. And we are back to level pegging on aggregate. That's insane. 27 minutes, 28 minutes. And he's back into the fixture. What just wonder what went wrong for Kabir over here. One should just been very clinical going forward.
Oh, exactly. He started the first leg and was just not in control whatsoever from the very first minute. But in the second one, already 30 minutes into the game, and 3 goals have been scored. Now the aggregate score line is down to 0. The score are on level terms, and it is Akaza who's building yet another attack. Although will get stopped on the lines by Toure, who's playing a right back. Pfeiffer now trying to find a pass. Flint will be able to run on the edge of it. A low driven Truella. Perfectly scored, and Flint after everybody else will be able to get on the scoreboard yet again.
Yeah, what a goal that is. Yet another through ball from Kabir, timing it perfectly well. The finish was exquisite. A simple ball roll and a low driven Trivella. And that's exactly how you play by the book, in the pros book at least, to never miss such chances. One Church has been phenomenal in the first half. Pretty unexpected of Kabir to let go of the lead like that. But he's confident on his attack, not his defending, is from what I understand, and we've seen it time and again. And One Church has kept it very simple, basic player locks, nothing too fancy, just keeping the ball and making sure that he's forcing Kabir to make mistakes. But can he defend this? Because Kabir, if he scores another one, it will take that difference up to 2 goals once again. And that is not what One Church would want for himself. 40th minute mark, Kabir on the ball with Strand. Look at the amount of composure, just tripling and frustrating One Church into making mistakes and committing. Look at him just keeping the ball until he finds that opening, waiting for the 45th minute mark to end this half on a high note. It's honestly fantastic game management from Kabir right here. Vanshaj, look at him getting desperate for the ball. Has a chance, tries to play, still manages to get the ball again. Last attack off this half. Flint to Strand, opens up space for Heaps. Great bit of passing there. Barcola to Flint. It's just too much back and forth. But at least he did not concede the goal that would have equalized it on aggregate. Spartus, I think Kabir has played it smart despite conceding 3 goals.
Yep. He started off really poorly, although 30 minutes, 3 goals conceded. The advantage that he had for 3 goals in his favor just got out of the picture, but getting one back, making sure that he still has some grip on the game. And Vanshaj has to work really hard for it yet again, just to find an equalizer right now. But seeing how Vanshaj has played in the first 30, it is highly possible that he can still get back on the score sheet. But now Kabir winning the ball high up the pitch, back to Flint, trying to find some space. Player lock cancels, and again, just trying to dribble around. Finds Pfeiffer. The dribbling is just perfect right now, trying to get past Rudiger, but he's just too strong.
Yeah, solid defending there by Vanshaj to stop that menace of an attack from Kabir. This gives him a chance to tag on his own. Oh my goodness, what a pass that was. That deserved a goal for sure, in my opinion. The first time shot did not curl inside the net the way that he wanted it to be. Here's Hansen Aaron with the ball. Can he make something out of this? Pina. Back to Hansen Aaron. Just being so composed. Look at that left stick dribbling. So calm. Plays it into the feet. Oh my goodness. That extra pass could have made all the difference, but Kabir defended that really well. Maybe a shot from Beckham would have been good enough from Vanchaj now that you think of it. But obviously, when you see that extra pass and you build your muscle memory according to that, you always look for them. Pina. Back to Hansen Aaron. Kabir literally hanging on and not giving any sort of space. Vanchaj waiting for options. Look at that. Just dribbling inside, waiting for a cutback pass. Wilson gets it inside. Great block there from Kabir. That is top-notch defending to stop such an attack where Vanchaj is taking all the time that he needs to break open Kabir's resilient defense.
Just trying to find an inch of space, and he will find a nutmeg pass. Pina trying to drive by, goes back to Pfeiffer. A lot of players high up the field. Wilson back to Pina. Another tech plus, finally finding some space. Back to Beckham, has to find a finesse, and he will. A perfect display of composure from Makaza. Took so many touches, so many passes just to find the perfect pass to David Beckham. And finally, the icon from Madrid have taken a strike, and the scoreline have been equalized yet again.
What a goal that is. Honestly, from Vanchaj. Took all the time. And the way that he's come back into this game is just incredible. Kabir, on the other hand, is not going to sit back. He is going to try and attack. But Vanchaj, again, proving why the composure factor is so important. Be it defending, be it attacking. Here's another chance. Dribbles through. Waits for an extra pass. Wilson. No rushing chances. Oh my God. What a pass to Pina. And Vanchaj has turned the game on its head. The way he's created those chances and beating Kabir's defense is absolutely phenomenal. Incredible stuff indeed from Vanchaj. Goes to show why he is the player that is most feared in the Indian EAFC circuit. What a goal that is.
So composed in the final third. So much touches being taken by the players. He knows that it is very difficult to just steal the ball away when you are left dribbling so perfectly well. And now Pina alongside Wilson is trying to drive ahead. All the Rudiger will win the ball back. And the first time incisive will come into the picture. Again, heaves almost with low driven, but Rudiger goes for a slide. Is it a red though? A pen will be given, but a yellow card is what he will escape with.
That's honestly
And scores.
a good penalty. Yeah, and he scores. I mean, that's honestly getting away with a major crime. What Vanchaj has done today by taking a foul with both his centre backs and getting away. I mean, if I was Kabir, I would be fuming as to why both those ones are not a red card. This should ideally be Vanchaj playing with 9 men, to be honest, because Kabir has been through on goal twice, on which he's been fouled like this. He did get rewarded with the penalty, of course, and that still puts the game level pegging on aggregate. We thought Vanchaj can he still? Could pass there. Pina can't give a lot of space. Kabir defends that well. Oh my goodness, heading back almost costed him a goal. Incredible.
I'm not sure what the goalkeeper was doing. It was a basic pass back from Rudiger. But Piticek had some different intentions there. But now, back to Beckham. He has been the one who found the equalizer, but now he has to be the one who found the advantage, but not right now. The ball just bounces back to Heath, back to 5 for last 10 minutes remaining, and this could be the first time that we find an upset in this qualifier, but Rudiger says no. Wins it back for Akaza. Shellin dribbling around, final driven pass to Wilson, the first touch. Perfect. Now back to Hansen Aaron and Strand. Use the physicality, wins the ball back.
Yeah, I mean, Vanchurch was trying to get through with that left stick dribbling of his. Kabir is placed nicely and is in a very good position. Oh my goodness, that could have been a chance that would have surely got him into a position where he would have won this fixture. Vanchurch now plays a through ball that is onside, goes for a finesse, and that is what Vanchurch is so good at. Fiver, one of the best right mids in the game. That FUT birthday fiver is a menace to deal with. 5 star, 5 star. Vanchurch has utilized her so very well, and the difference is now 4 goals in this particular matchup, which makes it Vanchurch +1 on aggregate. With last attack, can Kabir make something out of this? Fiver tries to force the pass inside. That's not going to be good enough, and that is going to be Vanchurch running straight through. Kabir must be gutted as to how did he let go of this particular game, because Vanchurch has now sealed the deal. And look at that mastermind of his by getting away with 2 possible red cards, Spartus. We can't ignore that. Changing the game from that particular situation to winning the fixture by a 2 goal difference and being down by 3 goals in the first leg. It's honestly insane as to how much experience and composure Vanchurch has shown in this particular match. Kudos to him. Kabir, fantastic player, but Vanchurch, honestly, hats off to him to be so calm and composed and to be so cheeky as well, to do anything that it takes to win a particular FC fixture.
What a match this has been. I think this is one of the best matches that we have seen in a long time, Lokmanu. Because the way this match was played, it was completely in the favor of one player for the entirety of the game, and then Vanchurch made a comeback, took back the advantage he gave up, but then again he kept on fighting, and until the very last, he made sure that the game is not over. Vanchurch Sharma entering the finals, and now he has to face Aditya Chadda. Both the players have represented at the highest level possible and now have to face each other in the grand final of the Qualifier 7.
Yeah, absolutely incredible indeed. What a final this is. This is a proper Pro v Pro battle. Now we're in the stage of pros as part of the final. And this is very rare. We've seen that. To be very honest with you, I think the second qualifier that we witnessed, or probably the first one, it was where it was Vanchurch versus CJ, and that too probably was, I think, one of the finals that we watched. We haven't seen the pro versus pro matchup in the finals. Mostly, quite a lot of them end up facing each other in the quarters or the semis because the bracket is randomized. But look at this particular matchup. It is poised to be one of the best games that we'll be seeing for sure in the STAIRS YUVA EA FC 26 tournament series. But with that being said, Aditya representing India in a couple of months at the highest level as he's qualified for the FC Pro Planes, going up against Vanchurch Sharma, who's played 3 seasons in the EISL, has done fairly well to be in the top players in Southeast Asia, and has had a wonderful run in a few other tournaments. This game promises to be a cracker. We're going to go on a short break, but when we're back, we will be seeing a single legged 9 minute half. Absolute banger of a game we have in front of us. Stay tuned, guys. You don't want to miss this.
Welcome back, everyone. Right after a very short break to the grand finals as Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 qualifier number 7. It is time to pound to take on Akaza. Vanshaj is taking on Aditya in this final matchup, and as things stands, Akaza had a really rough start in the semi-final too, but his resilience and experience made sure that he climbed still here. Whereas for Aditya, it has been a very easy run till now.
Yeah, I mean, if you see the actual challenge that Aditya faces right now is against Vanshaj, even though his game against Rohit was a tough one, it was 10-7 on aggregate. So that was quite a challenge that Rohit had posted in front of Aditya, and he was struggling in the first leg, if you notice. He was in fact down against Rohit in the first leg, first half as well, and that he had to come back from that. So coming to this game, I think Vanshaj, the way that he turned the game on its head was incredible against a player like Kabir, who was looking super confident and who was on the verge of winning this fixture and playing against Aditya. That game would have been so attacking because both these players are like that. But Vanshaj taking control of the game, understanding the urgency of the time that he has, and just straight away getting to the job and not wasting time, especially at the start of the second leg. It was a 3 goal difference that he converted and scored 5 in addition to that, which is incredible
Yes.
indeed to be able to win that fixture on aggregate by 2 goals. But this is the game that we're talking about. And as we communicated earlier, it was a 9 minute half. It's actually going to be 2 legs of 6 minutes half each. We are following the same standard because the players, by the rules, have to play the 2 legs, but upon mutual agreement, they can play a 9 minute half in the FC Pro mode. Now, Aditya, interestingly so, prefers the 2 legs, and he has a game plan in mind. I think he's probably studied something from Vanshaj's game against Kabir, and he wants to stick to that format. So let's see how this one goes. You can't really put a pin on it, honestly. I think the way Aditya functions, at least the way I've seen him compete all these years, he knows that these points matter to him a lot. And the difference of 80 and
Yes.
105 is also a lot smarter. So those 35 points can actually help him be, in a position that really helps him to qualify for the top 6.
Well, I think he definitely knows the worth of this matchup now because he definitely needs those 105 points to solidify his spot in the top three. Whereas Vanshaj, even if he secures the second spot, his ranking would not change much. He's already there with more than 230 points and stuff. So he's in a comfortable spot. But for Aditya, this match matters a lot in respect to the Stayers Yuva top six standings. Because with just 135 points till now, adding 80 to the tally will make sure that he is right up there with the best, but still will not have the comfort zone that he is looking out for.
That's absolutely true. And I think for him to win this fixture is very important because it not only will give him that confidence that he's won at least one of the qualifiers out of the 7 that's happened because he's barely played. I think to play and guarantee yourself points, especially when the likes of CJ is not there, right? When you know that there is this one player who's been constantly winning and is not in your bracket or not taking away your points, because CJ, no matter how many points he racks up, he's still going to be at the
Yes.
top. There's no doubt about it. But the fact that for other players, obviously it's interesting when CJ is not playing, because then these players have the chance to up their points and go up the rankings to compete against each other. Who's going to be finishing between the second place and the sixth spot? That is the fight that we're talking about right now, these players are having. So I absolutely cannot wait for this fixture to kick off. Both the players are almost ready, and this promises to be a cracker of a game for sure.
Oh, for sure. And especially when two legs will be played right now. It is not a single 9 minute half affair. So it is more of an action, and the aggregate score line will matter more here on. Because in the past, we have seen finals where it was 9 minutes half. So players tend to play them very differently. Although I was looking out for one, since for Aditya, it is more of a practice for the upcoming fixtures that he has to face. Those 9 minutes halves are a real test to your composure, since the way the clock runs down, the way the halves are meant to be played, the way you kill the clock after 18 minutes, everything changes in that format. Since an extra 3 minutes per half, it adds a lot of different structure to the game. But in this matchup, it is going to be 6 minutes half, a regular matchup, and will be played over the course of two legs. And let's find out who will come out on top, because both the players are in good form. But Vanshaj, with the comeback that he has made, his confidence must be sky high.
No, absolutely. I think he's. I mean, he's warmed up as well. He just played like literally 5-7 minutes ago, whereas Aditya has been waiting because he played the first semi-final. So that, of course, adds more elements to what's going to happen in the game. So we don't really know, but I think from what I understand, One Church at this point of time looks like a favorite because he's been more consistent than Aditya. Although Aditya has not played a lot of qualifiers, but in the ones that he has, he's lost to good players at the start of the tournament. Unlucky for him in terms of the bracket, but this time he's had a solid run from the other side. He's facing Vanchaj in the finals and in contention for those crucial points that's going to help him push down the likes of Rohit J. Ibrahim, push down the likes of Jahan and all these players that are going to go
Yes.
down. Saranch, as a matter of fact, who's sitting at the second position, will also be falling because he's only going to be getting 15 points as he was knocked out in the round of 16 itself. So a lot of movement is going to be there, and we absolutely cannot wait to see who is the winner of the Stairs UVA EA FC 26 qualifier number 7.
Well, it's a matter of time before the game begins right now. Both the players are ready. It is just few minutes before we head into the matchup and find out who comes out on top, who secures the majority chunk of the prize pool that is on the line, and who takes 105 points to their tally. Because this tally, the top 6, is what we are still trying to find out. Because at the end of 10 qualifiers, these top 6 players will move to the national finals, will be held in the national capital of the country. So it is the battle for this qualification as well.
Absolutely, it is. And I think this is the time we were all waiting for, the finals between Aditya Chadda and Vanshaj Sharma. Are we going to be seeing Aditya in the top 6 and in the national finals? Well, this is his moment to come up with those crucial points and give a fight to Vanshaj, who hasn't done a lot in terms of the gameplay. That you feel like he, at least the way that he comes out, is that he's so fundamentally strong. He does not do the things that for a player like, for example, Aditya or a Kabir Jetli would do. And he's been a qualifier winner. He's won one of the qualifiers. He's finished second a couple of times. So I think that's a chance. Hang on a second. Aditya, right from the start in the blue kit, gets the first goal, runs straight through Perez. I mean, that's not the defending that you would want or expect from a player like Vanchaj. I mean, it was too easy for Aditya to just dribble through and go for a low-driven finesse shot.
Well, you don't expect such a quick goal in this matchup, but time to pound. Exactly beginning things off like how he likes it. And Akaza already trailing right now, but it's a matter of time before we see him making a goal. And yep, through on goal. But Vicario, what a save was that! Claudia Pina, low driven on that range, and he is able to make a brilliant save.
Yeah, it's quite an incredible save, honestly. Almost like David De Gea, what he used to do in his prime era, to be able to save that chance. The leg trade coming in handy for sure. Vicario is known for doing this. One shot should have done better though. Should have given it a better angle, from what I understand. Great bit of skill move there from Aditya. He always has something up his sleeve around the edge of the box of the opponent. Look at that from one touch, though. I've never seen that. That's crazy. The flick to
Wow.
get past. Great ball there to Fiver. Can he convert this? He can. And none other than Fiver has scored a wonderful finesse shot. Although the extra pass was open, I was kind of unsure about how this would go in. And I think, Smartest, you also saw the extra pass. I was, in fact, going to scream, play the
Yeah.
extra pass if you want to get that goal. But incredible finish. Fiver. What a player.
And one of the reasons that she is being picked up a lot by the players. And now a player locked to Perez. Aditya already making space up ahead, and Job, not the quickest of the dribblers, but still keeps the ball. Finds Beckham trying to go back, but has been intercepted. Not much passing lanes, but João Cancelo, quick with the team press, just wins the ball high up the field, but not for long. And now Akaza, he's through on goal, trying to break free, but Claudia Pina, before she can make the pass, the teammate were caught offside. But now Nesta, the intercept plus coming in handy.
Yeah, it was a great pass cancel there from Pina to not force that pass. Vanchaj is aware of situations like these more often than not and likes to play passes into feet. If you see, Vanchaj is not the player who likes to make a lot of miss passes. He would rather go around and, dribble, keep the ball, create those chances. Great press there. Shellin now. Can you make the most of it? Fiver. Good pass there to Pina. That extra pass from Beckham to Pina is a delight to watch. The composure, the eye to play that pass, the vision, and then to simply just convert that chance goes to show how composed you are. That was ice in the veins moment for sure, Spartus. What a goal that is.
Way too good, but you just cannot rest in this type of matchup. It is end to end from both sides. And now again, Akaza finding the space on the flanks. Pfeiffer finding Pina, running down the wing and almost finding a cutback for Beckham. Nesta has proven his worth on the backlines, but now it is time for Aditya to find the opening, finds harder in the process, back to Job, dribbling around the play lock, too far out, James. Shinu make it quick and a low driven to send the ball home, and just like that, within 30 minutes, and even less than that, we have seen 4 goals separating none of the players.
Yeah, fantastic goal indeed. Once again, Lauren James with the low driven. That is honestly beautiful. And he is known for this. Aditya likes to go around the wings and then goes for a low driven to make it even more difficult for the goalkeeper. What a pass that is! And just too soon, that shouldn't have done this. I think this is a couple of times this has happened. If you remember, Spartus initially as well in the other game against probably was it against Kabir, where Vanchaj had a chance. He played that pass inside and he took a first time shot that was saved by the keeper, and wasn't that didn't turn out to be costly, in fact, but this one could, unless Shellin scores this one. Great pass there, great finish, and Akaza once again has that lead. And one shot, just when I was saying that he missed out on a golden opportunity, has been able to convert with that fantastic pass to Shellin.
Just completely back and forth from both the players. The first time passes from Pina has been so perfect. Shellen making a run, Pina finding her at the right time, and now on the other end it is Aditya Chadda dribbling around. Has a player lock corner in the Arsenal if he wants to attempt it out. Finds harder, near post, but Vicario makes a brilliant save.
Yeah, that was a great player lock corner. Once again, he's always looking to play on the edge of the box instead of playing it inside the box. It's a new variation that has come out, and if you master it, then the way your attacker approaches the ball and the touch is so difficult to defend, Spartus. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's literally half in the air, and you just have to put your body across the ball, take a touch, and go for a shot. If the opponent wants to stop you, unless it's an absolute sure shot tackle, you will end up conceding a penalty. So it's quite a thing to take a note of if you're watching these players play and do all these things to guaranteeing themselves these goals that are pretty annoying to concede, to be very honest, especially in the weekend league.
Yeah, and like seeing all these pros do that day in and day out, you know how broken these corners are, because they are almost impossible to defend. You just need to pray that your player wins the header or goalkeeper makes a brilliant save. Because if not the header, the shot is almost incoming. But Vicario, they're making a brilliant save from that player lock area. And that's generally not seen. And a player of Harder's level should always score that. But this game has been completely
Yeah.
back and forth with both the players. Some brilliant saves from either ends, be it Vicario, be it the other side. But now on to the second half. Just look at the start. Already sending 3 players forward and choosing none for the pass.
Yeah, it's incredible indeed, isn't it? Like how, you tend to sort of shift your game plan as well, especially the dummy runners as well, right? I think this is what Aditya is really good at, doing a couple of skill moves, sending a couple of players forward as well. Vanchurch at the same time likes to play quick passes, even if he's sending someone for a run, you must have noticed that the way that he plays, that quick, intricate touches that he plays, oh my goodness, what a ball that is. Just when we were talking about the final pass, Aditya has equalized. And that through ball, Spartus right there, just goes to show your vision is incredible, that you have spotted your player running for the final pass, and instead of just not seeing and passing side to side, you're actually doing something about it and converting that chance. It's incredible, really, the goal that he's just scored.
Just how brilliant they are with controlling the ball and reading the game overall. And things like this, like you have to have such a great muscle memory to score all these chances. And just look at Wilson now, keeping such close control, and the left stick dribble is just way too good, and still keeping the possession. Hansen Aaron finding the space inside the box, still keeping the touch, and Claudia Pina, what a first touch from her end. Akaza, what a dribbler he has become. Just keeping such close control of the ball, the perfect timed passes, and then a brilliant first touch from Claudia Pina. Fourth one on the board, and yet again, it is Vanshaj who is in the lead.
Top stuff indeed. I mean, that is a beautiful goal, fundamentally strong, and I love to see goals like this. Personally, I mean, the way Vanshaj scores goals just reminds me of the good old days of FIFA 17 and FIFA 18. There's a lot of nostalgia the way that he plays, right? Compared to how we see these first time through balls and everything else that's been added to, the subsequent FIFA or FC titles after that. But Vanshaj, look at him. Such good control, barely loses the ball unless, of course, there's no space whatsoever. And he is such a master of that left stick dribbling. You won't even see a lot of R1 dribbling in Vanshaj's game. If you notice that technical dribbling barely exists in his game, only sometimes in situations. Otherwise, it's purely left stick and that sprint to get away from the opponent's press. That's something that really helps you to win championships, not just one-off matches.
Indeed, very true. Because how you control the ball with the left stick matters a lot this year. The left stick dribbles have to be perfect, and trying to just create some space out of nowhere is surely a pure skill. And now that nowhere chance is almost there, but Maldini just too strong. Shoves the player off, wins the ball back. And now Akaza unleashing yet another counter and challenge. She's almost through, but no space to find that passing lane. But now back to Pina, trying to find her way through. But Nesta just takes her down.
Yeah, such a back and forth game at this point of time. Akaza, of course, having that lead, but this game is literally even Stevens right now, because one goal does not leave that much of an impact in a game which is two legs. Had this been a 9-minute half, still would have been a lot of time, but this is two legs, and we're only in the first leg of this finals. And trust me, another goal from Akaza is going to make things super interesting, and see if Aditya can get those two goals back. Because between both these players, even a 5 or 6 goal difference won't be enough. Both of them know that if they want to be winning, either it's going to be a very close affair. What a
Wow.
goal! My goodness, that through ball is just a delight. Such a delight to watch. To be very honest with you, I think Aditya, the way he uses the 4-5-1 is incredible. He sends players forwards through the center, and you don't even understand whether which CM is sort of dropping off and holding the space, or which one is going to make the run inside the box. And suddenly, out of the blue, your striker's empty, and you're able to just take a touch and convert the chance. It's something I really admire about Aditya's gameplay.
He has surely mastered the formation this year. Making those runs, making those dummy runs, taking those chances, and the through ball timing has been perfect as well. The scores have been back on level terms. A 4 overall for both the players. 77 minutes already up on the clock. Less than 15 minutes remaining in game. And there is nothing separating both the lads. And this is the type of final that we were expecting, and we are getting exactly delivered with that.
We are indeed, and I think this is a case where when the score line is 4-4 and you are playing to outscore each other. It all depends upon getting that goal and then keep scoring the ones after that, like how we saw, one such doing it against Kabir. When Kabir had gone up by 3 goals, it wasn't the final leg, it was just the first leg. But when Vanshaj did the same, it was where it all mattered. So no matter how many goals that are being scored by one player going forward, if there are at least 2 or 3 goals, it all depends upon whether they can do it in the second leg.
Well, I think it will be decided in that one now. Because as things stands, both the players, this might be the last chance of attack. And Akaza, he doesn't want to give the ball away, but Larson, I believe, steals it. Now back to Fabian. He's sending so many players ahead and finds finally Salma. Back to Harder and Salma. She is through on goal. Can make a cut back. Goes for a low driven instead. And nothing stopping her right now. A perfect strike straight at the goalkeeper, but her shooting is completely broken with 99 and a low driven plus. Perfect strike, perfect goal, and Akaza, who was in a lead for quite some time, is now on the back foot.
Yeah, he really is, and I think that's the thing, right? I mean, how Aditya just sends a player forward suddenly, and that low driven, he's so good at that. He's been constantly aiming for these through balls through the center or through the wings. I haven't seen many finesse shots from Aditya from long range as well. If you see, like he's just trying to build up right through the right through the defense, but one judge for the last chance of this half. Can he equalize? Still has the ball. Kaka takes a touch from Pina, and that's the equalizer. And such a dramatic ending to the first leg of this finals. Incredible indeed. Like literally last seconds, one judge manages to equalize. What a game we have witnessed, Pardis. This was meant to happen. We both knew it was going to be end to end. But Akaza having the lead
Yep.
for the longest time, then Aditya equalizing. Couple of times he did that. Then he takes the lead, and one judge is not backing out after that. And we are literally even Stevens for the second leg, which of course is going to determine who is the winner and who will be taking not only 105 points but the 3000 INR prize money from the qualifier that they'll be winning, which of course adds more incentive for players like these to, put in the effort, practice, and prepare for the national finals alongside the points that they're getting. So, I mean, can't put a pin on it, Spartus. I think it's just something we'll have to wait out and see. But my money now, after seeing this, is on Aditya. For some reason, I feel he is going to be bringing in that clutch factor at the end of it because of the way he's so aggressive. But yeah, pretty sure one judge is not backing out of this fight because the way that he's played is just phenomenal at this point of time.
Exactly. Like at this point, I still not sure that who can come out on top because both the players have been so perfect throughout the game. Even it was last minute chance that was being able to score as an equalizer. We generally expect the players to defend that chance, but again, in the final moments and the kickoff, it's pretty difficult to defend. And as of now, it's like the first leg didn't exist overall because the aggregate scoreline was 5 overall, and now you have to reset for the next leg, and the winner of this leg will be turned the champion of qualifier 7.
Absolutely. And with that being said, let's see who's going to be that winner because the second leg of this final has been started. Aditya playing from left to right in the same blue kit, whereas one judge is playing from right to left in the infamous white kit. Scores a level pegging. They are starting off from scratch. And Aditya, just when we say that, what a tackle that is from Maldini over there. That's a prime Paolo Maldini tackle block to stop the first goal. Because usually, Spartas, these are the first goals that leave an impact on the game. It's initial days, so people don't think that, okay, this is just the first goal. But every goal, even scored at the start, amounts to how the result is going to be at the end of the match.
Indeed, very true. Since it sets the tone of the entire game, I would suggest, because this is how you was meant to be played. But just look at that player lock corner. Although Harder's too far out to attempt something, and a heavy touch just gives away the position. Trying to control it with a different style, but unable to do so. And now Akaza is through on goal, almost there, but Nesta just wins the ball back right again.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the way things have started, apart from I think that one pass that one church was able to play, Aditya has had better opportunities to get inside one church's box, and now one church is slowly catching up to the pace of this particular game and trying to get in his groove, trying to make those passes that really are effective for him. As Job now plays it out to Lauren James. She is so fast, she's going to run inside, goes for a low driven, but this time Vicario gets down properly and saves that. I thought it's almost like a cheat code every single time Aditya goes for a low driven shot, it ends up at the back of the net. Vicario had different plans this time.
And he has been phenomenal on the back lines. So many close chances, so many 50-50s have been saved by him. Something, a performance that you expect from a goalkeeper. He has been delivering that. But now, Nesta, what a block there. Almost blocking the finish. Could have been a goal, could have given the advantage, but Akaza still has the ball, but not for long. Back to Radov, trying to find Harder into the space, and she will find one. Back to Job. Harder almost attempting another finish, but this time it was Paolo Maldini to win it back.
Yeah, too much time taken, and that has given one Shaj the chance to counter-attack. But once again, great defending there by Aditya over there to just step up at the centre back. He's going to counter. Beckham now plays it to Lauren James, goes for a shot, not good enough, gets the ball back. Here's another chance. The famous Robert Perez that we have seen in Aditya's team. Look at the way he's dribbling. Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. Gets through. The fullback. Player lock cancels, cuts inside, looking for a pass available. Goes for a finish! And that's the goal Aditya needed. All that hard work has converted. And that beast from Romania, Radl, has helped Aditya get the crucial first goal in what promises to be a tense affair as how things stand at this point of time.
Well, these goals separate the best of the players. Very quick on that passing lanes, just trying to find the space, and a second later finds the back of the net. But now just look at Aditya dribbling so close that the opponent is unable to find any space, but the bruiser again coming into the picture. Just disbalancing the player, winning it back. Now,
Yeah,
Aditya trying to just run it down. Trying to just... another interception. João Cancelo has been so crucial on the back line.
Yeah, Cancelo is one of the best fullbacks in the game. I think with the new card that has come out, feels really good on the ball as well. Got the right physique. He's tall. His card is a bit buffed as well. That helps him. And really good on the ball, especially, which is why he's preferred better than Kolo Toure, the new card that has come out for the fullback position. Good passing there, Job. Now Lauren James, and this time he gets the second goal. And Lauren James will not miss the low driven from that angle. Vicario could not stop that. Beautiful stuff indeed from Aditya. And I don't know for what reason I could feel that Aditya is getting in that moment. And I said, my money is on Aditya. I think it's just the way that he's been playing. Like, it's too early to say that, but I think he wants those points badly enough. I think he wants to be the qualifier winner, and that's a chance, but great save by Vicario. That would have gone in, would have completely changed the equation of this particular matchup, Spartus.
So close. But again, he just keeps knocking on the door. Although there is still one half to be played. And now Aditya just wants to keep a control of the ball as of now. Finding Perez in the process, back to Harder. Beckham making a run and so many players just flying forward, trying to beat the defense, and Harder almost getting the third on the board. Good save there, but the possession is still with Aditya. Twisting, turning, finding the space yet again inside. He is almost on the brink of scoring the third one.
He was really close, yeah, and that's what he's just dominated this half. As you can see, Vanshaj had a couple of chances, especially the one which was fairly recent, that he had the chance to get one goal back. But with only one half left in this particular match, Vanshaj has to make those chances count. He has to convert those chances because he's not going to get many with how Aditya has been playing. He looks locked in. He looks as focused as ever. And I think that game against Rohit has really shaped him up to be in this point against a player like Vanshaj, who's honestly done a miraculous job to come back against Kabir in the semis, right? And now Aditya is in a stronger position than Vanshaj. Just goes to show how well he's prepared himself for this particular matchup and wants to get in that practice, as he says that these tournaments will help him practice a lot better for what's to come in the future when it comes to representing the national team. We have the perfect mix of pros that can set examples for the entire community and anyone watching this tournament, to be very honest with you.
Well, exactly, especially when you play foreign servers and against foreign players in such a high paying game and still manage to qualify for the international stage. That speak volumes of the preparation, the talent, and the skill our professionals have. Because it's not easy to play on a higher ping against a player who is way too good at the game. But still, they have managed to qualify at the international stage and will be representing India in a matter of few months. And Aditya is showcasing why he is such a top notch of a player. He had a sloppy start in the beginning, had the first leg tied up 5-5, but in the second leg, the defense have been so compact that Akaza is not finding any of swing. And as I said, it is Pfeiffer who just gets a ball, a missed tackle from the fullback, and Pfeiffer was through one goal.
Yeah, what a great pass that is. Vanchurch finally found that space on the right wing, and he was not going to miss that. He took his time. He just can't be giving the ball away like that, because if Aditya manages to score one immediately, then all that hard work of scoring that goal would have gone down the drain. James Maldini just in time to intercept that. This is at the perfect time of the match that we're looking at, because both these players are so good at just changing the entire course of the game within a matter of seconds. Job dribbling around the box, literally going from side to side. Aditya knows he's got a goals advantage. He can use up all the extra seconds that he can and force one shot to step out. Look how composed he is. He's waiting for one shot just backline to break and for his players to drop down like that and then come up again. That's training the stamina as well of the players. Now that they're being so smart about it, it's beautiful. Has a chance now. Robert Perez still fighting for it, but Maldini, of course, gets that ball first.
65 minutes already up. There is still time to find a second goal for Akaza. But now Aditya, this is where he has to keep his mental, this is where he has to keep his calm. Not rushing the passes. Joe Brulette, but not finding the space. Getting blocked at the very right time. Joe was almost there, but the roulette still did not give him anything. But Vanshaj is still defending really nicely. Beckham has the ball for Aditya. He's trying to win it back, but that offside trap keeps the possession away.
Yeah. It's a chance now for Aditya to just see out this game if he can, or probably just get that extra goal that he needs as a cushion. And he's doing exactly that. He's taking his time. He's forcing Vanshaj to pull out his defenders. Sanaj a chance. Great tackle over there. And these 50-50 tackles, mind you, Spartus, are so dicey in moments like these. One mistake and the entire game goes away. And that's the reason why pros love to maneuver on the byline when they have a lead, because they know that it's the perfect tempting opportunity for someone who's losing the game to just give in, tackle, and concede a penalty. So great and smart defending by Vanshaj not to commit unnecessarily. But Aditya, he is ready with the corner. That corner technique can surely seal this game, if at all he's able to get harder into that position that he always puts.
Let's see if he's able to just settle the game with this corner, or there is still time. Player logs could not win the header though. Although Ferland Mendy able to intercept it back, finds Job in the process. Just trying to dribble around the area, goes back, and now again dribbling into the regions. Adiemi, a quick turn, and oh, the rebound has been stopped again. And Vicario, what a goalkeeper he has been. So close, yet so far. Another player log attempt, another header missed.
My goodness. That was quite a chance. Vanshaj once again thanking his stars that he got away with it and the keeper was there. Aditya, however, sending Shellin. It's not actually Shellin, it's Salma. Has the chance to finish it off. The keeper comes off the line so well. And just when I said that, I thought Salma was going to get through and score that goal. But Vicario showing up big for Vanshaj, keeping him in the game. Look at Aditya. He's still trying. He's still playing those through passes here. Harder. Such a good run that was. Almost manages to keep the ball. Vanshaj lose the ball cheaply. Job. Beautiful drag back. Tries to cut inside. And everything that Aditya is trying to do right now is to get another goal and seal this game. Instead of trying to keep possession, he's playing so smart about this. Look at that. Vanshaj being desperate to press. He has to. He has no other option. Salma just loses the ball once again.
This is looking incredible right now. But if not for the goalkeeper, this game was already over. But right now it is so close. But oh my goodness, Nesta, what an interception right there. Vanshaj, he's trying so hard to get one back, and at this point the stars are in his favor. But for how long is the question? Because Harder, she is through on goal. And finally Aditya Chadda will be able to break that deadlock and finally convert that half-hearted chances. Leading the scoreline by 2 goals should settle the game and the final as of now.
Yeah, well, that being said, this could have been Vanshaj's opportunity to score one and somehow make it more interesting after winning the ball from kickoff, but the game was sealed anyway by Aditya after scoring that 8th goal on aggregate. That being said, congratulations to Aditya Chadda for winning the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 qualifier number 7. What a run he's had. Look at the relief on his face. He's happy with his performance and he's played so well in this qualifier. And my guess was right. Probably, I don't know, just a gut feeling, mind you, that he did get that challenge against Rohit and that shaped him up. Gave him enough time as well to watch Vanshaj's game because he played the first semi-final. He could see how Vanshaj is playing against Kabir. And that's the beauty of it, of you being an experienced player. What a fantastic performance. I think he truly deserves this.
Well, indeed, because the way the entirety of the game was played, it was pretty close for so much of the time. But again, the initial 2 goals that Aditya scored in the beginning of the second leg, it was those 2 chances that he converted, and again, it gave him the buffer that he was requiring. Because after that, Vanshaj took control and the game was pretty much stagnant from both the ends. He got one back and it went completely back and forth, and then Vicario coming into the picture making some huge saves for Vanshaj, but at the end, Aditya was the better and he deservedly win the qualifier number 7.
He really did. Massive congratulations to him and commiserations to Vanshaj. To be honest, he played really well. What a close game it was. And he did almost, win that qualifier, if not Aditya from the other side. I think any other player, maybe Vanshaj could have upped a number against that player and he would have won the qualifier. But what a fantastic evening this has been, honestly. GG's to everyone who participated, and thank you so much to everyone for watching this stream and supporting this initiative from Stairs NGO, who've made it possible for the youth, hence the name YUVA, to make it bigger in an esport title like EAFC 26. Thank you so much, Pardis, for joining this and making it yet another successful stream. Thank you so much to Sportscast India for being the production partners, ZTM Foot Trading for being the community partners. Without them, this amplification of the tournament wouldn't have been possible. And of course, to DSM for curating this tournament itself. Thank you so much, guys. Until next time, until qualifier number 8, we cannot wait to see you. If you've not registered still, make sure you do so and have a chance to compete against some of the top players in the country. Thank you so much for watching.